Greenhow, who is from Mojo Bars, and goodness, that drop in income that he described there just tells its own story about the impact of the last few months, doesn't it? Much more coming up in the next hour. We'll just pause and take a look at the weather right now. Here's Darren Bett.
Hello there. There's still a lot of cloud around for Scotland and the north of England. We have seen some breaks elsewhere, mind you, and into this evening we've got some patchy rain affecting eastern Scotland to move away. Could see some patchy rain getting swept towards the southeast later in the night, ahead of our first rain band that arrives and brings some rain into Northern Ireland and western Scotland by the end of the night. Ahead of it, temperatures where we have some clearer skies for a while could be down to 4 or 5 degrees. Cloud amounts will be increasing. This rain band though shouldn't last long in Northern Ireland. Patchy rain running eastwards across Scotland. Some wetter weather in the morning over the Cumbrian Fells and onto the Pennines. Otherwise, it's quite light and patchy rain running into eastern England in the afternoon. And behind that, we do get some sunshine. There's some showers, mainly for western Scotland and Northern Ireland, where it's only 11 degrees here. They make 15 in the southeast ahead of that patchy rain. Over the weekend, though, it looks very unsettled. It's quite windy, especially on Saturday, but we'll see a band of rain, followed by sunshine and showers on Sunday.
This is BBC News. I'm Jane Hill. The headlines at 3. The Chancellor unveils a new rescue deal for jobs, promising more support for businesses struggling under coronavirus restrictions.
We're seeing areas move into Tier 2 restrictions, and that's having a particular impact on hospitality businesses, which is why we're keen to support those businesses.
Last quarter, we saw a record rise in redundancies. The Chancellor could have done much more if he had acted sooner.
The Health Secretary has just announced that Coventry, Stoke-on-Trent and Slough will move into the Tier 2 high level first thing on Saturday. Finding out why some people are more likely to die from COVID-19 should focus on more than just ethnicity, urges a government scientific advisor. A deposition from the Briton Ghislaine Maxwell, which reveals details about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, has been made public. And painting a picture of Sir Tom, how hundreds of artists have been inspired to produce portraits of the champion COVID fundraiser. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to BBC News. Billions of pounds of extra help for firms and workers across the UK who've been hit by the coronavirus restrictions were announced a few hours ago by the Chancellor. The Job Support Scheme will pay out more than originally planned, where companies aren't legally required to close. Rishi Sunak is doubling help for employers in the Job Support Scheme after a growing clamour from firms in Tier 2 areas. Employers will now have to pay for a minimum of 20% of a worker's wages, down from 55%. It means the government will now fund 62% of pay for hours not worked. 150,000 grants will be available for hotels, restaurants and B&Bs which aren't legally obliged to close, and the grants can also be backdated. More details from our economics correspondent, Andrew Verity.
A normally busy restaurant area under Tier 2 restrictions. The outlets here may be open, but business is so quiet, many are struggling to survive on a fraction of their normal income. In Sturtsley in the West Midlands, this once bustling microbrewery normally sells barrels to pubs, which under the new restrictions aren't buying like they used to. It's trying to adapt by selling cans directly to customers, but its income has been tanking.
As soon as we started to see things beginning to return to profitability, where Birmingham was designated Tier 2 area, and our revenue was hit massively.
Restaurants like this one in Tier 2 or Tier 3 areas have a problem. They can't claim on the scheme that pays 2/3 of wages because they're not legally required to shut. But because of the rule that says 2 households can't mix indoors, they're seeing a sharp drop in business, which makes it harder and harder to keep their staff on.
Yes,
After businesses and unions warned many firms could go under, the Chancellor Rishi Sunak met business leaders today to announce yet another change to the government's job support schemes.
I've always said that we'll adapt and evolve our support as the health situation changes, and that's clearly what's happened over the past few weeks. We're seeing areas move into tier 2 restrictions, and that's having a particular impact on hospitality businesses, which is why we're keen to support those businesses with extra cash grants and a more generous job support scheme, helping them keep those employees in work.
The job support scheme announced a month ago helped firms who cut the hours staff work rather than letting them go by topping up wages. Previously, the government paid a third of the hours not worked. Now the government will pay 62% of hours not worked, with employers only paying 5%. Under the scheme announced a month ago, staff would have to work at least a third of their normal hours. Now they'll only have to work a fifth of normal hours, or 1 day a week. The government's critics say it should have happened much sooner.
Last quarter, we saw a record rise in redundancies. The Chancellor could have done much more.
And you could have actually, right to it, when you could have actually seen that. You could have actually seen that, I know it.
In Manchester, it's not seen as a coincidence. The support for businesses suddenly improves after London goes into tier 2 restrictions.
Why now? Why has it taken London to go into tier 2? For tier 2 support to become a national issue? I mean, that's the question, isn't it, really?
It's the government's fourth change to business support schemes in as many months, and a tacit admission that the job support scheme announced less than a month ago didn't balance enough government support against the financial damage done by antivirus measures. In the economic fallout of the pandemic, the facts have changed, and the government's changed its mind. Andy Verity, BBC News.
In the last half an hour, the Health Secretary Matt Hancock has announced that Stoke-on-Trent, Coventry and Slough will be moving into the Tier 2 high coronavirus level on Saturday morning. Let's get more on all of this from our political correspondent, Jessica Parker. So we'll start with that because that's just been announced, Jessica. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about those places, but again, more increases in various parts of the country.
This sort of flurry of discussions going on between government and local areas. Some of those talks have gone more smoothly than others, of course. The row with Greater Manchester, well documented over recent days. But Matt Hancock, the Health Secretary, as you say, announcing in the last hour, moving into Tier 2 from Saturday, Stoke, Coventry and Slough. And that's because there are over 100 cases per 100,000 in those areas. And he said, particularly concerning the cases amongst over 60s. What that means for England, over 29 million people now living in the top 2 tiers of restrictions, a huge proportion of the population.
And that striking on the day that we had Rishi Sunak in the Commons announcing even more measures, more funding. Some will say absolutely necessary. Others, I guess, will say, my goodness, further down the line, how are we going to pay for all of this?
And that's not a question that's been answered, has it? So I think the government's still very much focused on trying to get the economy through this crisis and protect jobs where they can, but they are racking up a huge bill. There's no doubt about that. But for now, we don't know how it will be paid for in the longer term. Of course, the Labour Party really, again, accusing the government today of being too slow to move on this. But there has been mounting pressure again on Rishi Sunak to do something to make these schemes more generous, particularly for some of those businesses that aren't legally forced to close in Tier 2 areas, but are nevertheless, as Andy was just reporting, suffering a huge hit to the money that they make as a result of the restrictions. It is just a month since Rishi Sunak announced his winter economy plan, already having to tweak it 4 weeks later. I think what that tells you is that we're not where the government expected us to be at this point. Things are worse in terms of the kind of hit that this is having on the economy, and they're having to go further than they would have liked to because, of course, you say this will be costing an awful lot of money. And Rishi Sunak, at some point, will, I think, be pressed for answers on exactly how it's going to be paid for.
Yes, all right, for now, thank you very much, Jessica Parker there at Westminster. And just to remind you that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor are holding a news conference in Downing Street a little bit later this afternoon. We'll have full coverage of that, of course, here. Special programme coming up beginning at 3:45, and full coverage of that news conference from Downing Street. Now, we will move away from coronavirus for a few moments, because the transcript of a testimony that the British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell gave 4 years ago relating to her dealings with the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein has been publicly released in the US. Ghislaine Maxwell and her legal team had fought to keep those details under wraps, to keep them private, while she awaits trial in New York for charges related to trafficking minors for Epstein, and also charges of perjury. She denies all those charges. Well, let's find out more from our correspondent in New York. Neda Tawfiq joins me now. Neda, explain what this document is. It's not brand new. I think we knew there was some suggestion it might come out. Just put it all in context for us.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This was from a deposition that Ghislaine Maxwell gave in April of 2016, which actually was part of a defamation suit that Virginia Giuffre had launched against her. Now, Virginia Giuffre had said that she was hired and recruited by Maxwell to give Epstein massages after she had worked at the Mar-a-Lago resort in Palm Beach, Florida. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell has denied that, and she took issue with the numerous comments that Virginia Giuffre made in the press. So this lawsuit really dealt with these defamation claims. Now, there has been a years-long fight to have this deposition released, and a judge agreed that it was in the interest of the public, given the nature of the charges against Jeffrey Epstein, to really see what Ghislaine Maxwell said happened and what details she was put forward in this deposition. Now, she had argued that that would hurt her criminal case currently underway. She's awaiting a July trial here in New York on those charges that she mentioned. But ultimately, the judge did not agree with that, and this deposition hasn't been made public, with even fighting as late as last night over certain redactions of people's names in this deposition.
And I mean, all of that, everything you said, just reminds us, sitting here in the UK, how different the legal system can be in the US versus this country. But I suppose this is now documentation that will be out there. People can read it, I suppose, online in newspapers, and it will be pored over.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a very lengthy document, more than 400 pages, and we've been going through it. And really, Ghislaine Maxwell in this document dodges many of the questions. She really says that she never witnessed any inappropriate underage activity between Jeffrey Epstein and anyone. She says everything that she witnessed was a part of working to really manage his estates, and that she would often hire massage therapists, gardeners, pool people to manage the estate, but again, that she never witnessed or hired anyone that was underage. This deposition, though, really does go into very specific detail. Again, Ghislaine Maxwell dodging a lot of the questions, but we are going through this as quickly as we can to go through and get a bigger picture of what else this may reveal. Again, it is this document that really was the basis of the perjury claims that prosecutors put through in their criminal trial.
All right, Neda, we'll let you get away and read more of that. Thanks very much for now. Neda Tawfiq there with the latest in New York. Well, we will return to coronavirus, as you might expect, and on the eve of tougher restrictions coming into force in Greater Manchester, businesses are assessing what the impact will be on them. Places including betting shops, casinos and bingo halls must shut, as will children's soft play areas. But leisure centres and gyms can stay open. Our health correspondent Dominic Hughes reports on two businesses in Stockport that face very different futures.
If you've got more in you, let's fire it more.
Benchmark Gym in Stockport, the last few weeks have been filled with uncertainty.
Let's fire it more.
Will gyms be able to stay open when Greater Manchester moves to the highest COVID risk level, Tier 3? So the fact they'll be able to keep operating through the new restrictions is critical for co-owner Mark.
Has it been a relief? It's been an absolute massive relief, purely because we want to be able to offer like a service, a fitness service for our members and also for our community. Everyone's going through a lot of stress and obviously working from home a lot more as well now. So people go to the gym and get that 1 hour or 45 minutes of working on their fitness, working on their health. It's really going to improve their fitness.
That chimes with members, the gym providing a vital source of support, an outlet in challenging times.
It's improved my life so much in terms of mental health and just getting out, getting things done, getting healthy, getting fitter. And if that had shut, I think it would have made a lot of people really upset.
You're going on that one?
A few miles away at the Let Loose Play Centre, the future looks very different. They've been told they have to shut down by the end of today. It's a family business run by sisters Vicky and Deborah.
No one's come to check what we're doing, whether it's right. They've just closed us again.
Closure means not just a financial hit. There's a cost to their health as well.
Sleepless nights, anxiety, actually just such a huge pressure on your shoulders thinking we're about to lose everything that we've ever worked for. And the effect on our families, because literally it's all we talk about day in, day out. It's going to be a huge impact on the mental health of all our customers and children, because they can't play over the winter. There's nowhere for them to play.
The Association of Indoor Play says this is an industry on the brink of collapse. And parents we met argue they feel the evidence just isn't there.
We're not out here in the field looking at places and making a decision pretty much from London about us there. I just don't think it's fair.
It just doesn't make sense when there's a trampoline place next door and that can stay open. Yeah, they've got ball pools and soft play. Yeah, this is such a lovely open space and children are just enjoying themselves.
Gyms for now are safe. Ministers say they're talking to the soft play industry to see what further help is needed. But the concern is also around the significant mental health implications of the new restrictions. Dominic Hughes, BBC News, Stockport.
The NHS test and trace system in England has recorded its lowest weekly success rate since it began in May. In the 7 days to the 14th of October, fewer than 60% of close contacts of people who'd tested positive for COVID-19 were reached, and only 15% of those tested received their result within 24 hours. Attempts to find out why people from minority ethnic groups are more likely to die from COVID-19 shouldn't focus entirely on race, according to a scientist advising the government on ethnicity. Dr. Rabiu Ali says that focusing on factors including obesity and housing would help more people. Our community affairs correspondent Adina Campbell reports.
This is my late brother and myself.
Remembering his brother 6 months on since he died of coronavirus.
As a family, we think as a hospital or government could do a bit more after my brother passed away.
Dr. Peter Tunn was a specialist in neurological rehabilitation at the Royal Berkshire Hospital in Reading. His family says he had concerns about the lack of PPE while at work and died in April after catching the virus. An investigation into his death is ongoing, and the Royal Berkshire NHS Foundation Trust says it's waiting for the results of the report. Today, the government has published new findings on COVID disparities and given more details about how it's going to improve health outcomes for people from ethnic minority backgrounds. They include recording ethnicity on death certificates in England as a way of tracking which groups are more at risk. It's also going to spend £25 million on a new community champion scheme to help protect the most vulnerable, and workplace risk assessments for everyone to improve health conditions and reduce the number of deaths. So why are people from ethnic minorities more at risk of dying from coronavirus? They're more likely to live in poorer areas with limited access to the healthcare they need. And because of this, they may be in shared housing, meaning there's a greater chance of catching the virus. And we know people from disadvantaged backgrounds are more likely to have underlying health conditions linked to higher coronavirus death rates. But one government advisor who's just been appointed to look at this issue more closely says we shouldn't solely concentrate on ethnicity.
Look at the actual risk factors causing that. Look at their overcrowded housing, their deprivation, their occupation, etc. And then you'll capture everybody.
How do you hope that this report will reassure those communities?
Deprivation is one of the risk factors which we have taken into account. We're doing this across the population for those people that we believe are vulnerable. I think that we have a responsibility to show that they're not being left behind. And as a Black woman, that's something that I've personally taken an interest in.
For those who've lost loved ones, today's report has come too late. But the hope is it could help other families avoid similar tragedies. Adina Campbell, BBC News.
Well, on a day when we've been talking a lot about everything announced by the Chancellor, here on BBC News, it's time for your questions answered. We're joined by our economics correspondent, Andy Verity, and also by Michelle Ovens, who's director at the organisation Small Business Britain, answering as many of your questions as we can get through. Welcome to both of you, and we've got some pretty extensive questions here today, Michelle, and I think, and Andy, and I think that's a reflection of the complications of everything that's been announced. I'm struck that there were quite a few questions from people talking about 0 hours contracts. So, for example, Tracy Pernice says, how does this announcement from the Chancellor help people in Tier 2 in the catering industry on 0 hours contracts? Matthew in Coventry says, how can that 62% support help someone on 0 hours when there is no fixed or reliable estimate of the number of hours we work? It's such a big part of the economy now, isn't it? 0 hours. Andy, I'll start with you.
Yeah, well, the Treasury say that they are included if they have 0 hours contracts. They were included previously in the job support scheme as announced before. And there's a way that they have of working out an average that people were paid according to their average hours. And I think it's certified by the applicant, and then they will pay out according to that average.
Okay, according to the average. I mean, Michelle, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because some people just don't have an average. It might be peaks and troughs depending on the sort of industry they're in.
Yes, and that was recognised during the furlough scheme, actually, and it can work out an average based on if you've worked for 8 months, the average over those 8 months. So they will kind of smooth it out to get an average. The exact requirements haven't been announced for this morning's announcements, but we should see that. Generally what we hear is an announcement and then we get the details over the coming days. But they are clear that those on 0 hours contracts will, so long as they were employed on the 23rd of September, will be eligible for support.
Okay, so it's part of the plans. It absolutely should be there. An interesting point from Mike Moran, who says he's from a family-run travel agency. We've had effectively no footfall since March. We all know why. He says we've seen a 99% drop in turnover, yet all the help seems to be going to hospitality. Why is there no support for viable travel agencies who've had the rug pulled from under them? If pubs can get help, why not us? Michelle, I'll start with you.
Okay, I mean, there has been a lot of discussion about hospitality over the last couple of weeks, but the announcements this morning, and certainly with the job support scheme, apply to everyone, not just to hospitality. So I think that's good news. Although the grants announced this morning do apply to hospitality, hotels, leisure, there is an extra grant going to local authorities that are at local authority discretion to give out. So that would be one to have a look at as well. Other support measures are in place. So, bounce back loans have been extended. There's a new loan scheme being announced in January. Also, there are, there's other programs, so government-funded programs like the Small Business Leadership Program that's been delivered by the Small Business Charter. That's training for management and help businesses manage through this crisis as well. So there are lots of things available for travel agencies, and I'm not minimising the challenges that they would have faced. It's a really difficult time for the travel industry.
Oh gosh, absolutely. And Andy, it's interesting because much earlier on in the COVID pandemic, I felt as if we talked about the impact on the travel industry a lot, but I guess more latterly, there has been a focus on hospitality, hasn't there? Which is a huge section again of the British economy.
That's right. Independent retailers also complain that they haven't been offered the same levels of support. But every SME, every small and medium-sized enterprise is eligible to apply for the job support scheme on the new, more generous terms. All they have to do is meet the basic criteria, which is that they employ someone for a fifth of their normal hours, and then the government will pay 62% of the hours that they're not working. So if your income's massively reduced, maybe not by 95%, but say it's reduced by 80%, then you could reduce your employees' hours right down to 1 day a week, and the government would pay 2/3 of the cost of the wages for the other 4 days.
Okay, all right, thank you. A question from Kathy Casey, particularly talking about the situation in Northern Ireland, because she says, what assistance is there under the grants and the job retention scheme for hair and beauty businesses in Northern Ireland? Because we're forced to close for 4 weeks from mid-November. Well, in theory, for 4 weeks, and of course it might end up being longer. Have changes been made to the job retention scheme qualification to help people in that sort of category, hair and it's close contact industries, isn't it? Hair and beauty.
Well, that's right. And the job support scheme extension, which is a bit like a furlough scheme, which was announced a couple of weeks ago, is what's relevant here. If you are legally required to close by the government's restrictions, then you're entitled to claim 2/3 of the wage bill of your employees. So what will happen there is that the government will step in to pay that amount, and maybe the employee has a slightly reduced wage, but they do still get a decent income, much above the benefit level.
All right. Michelle, did you want to come in on that one as well?
No, I mean, the only thing I would say is that Chancellor just stressed this morning that the announcements covered the whole of the UK. So in Wales as well, if you're mandated to close, then you will be eligible for the job support scheme. Anybody who is mandated to close can apply for that 2/3 of support. So that's not based on the what we were talking about before about the employees having to work 20%. So it's Wales as well, not just Northern Ireland.
Yes, a good reminder, and another reminder of how we really have to keep tabs on things depending where you live, and it does get hugely complicated. Here's an interesting one from Fazruddin, who says, I'm an executive Uber driver. My income has dropped by 80%. The Chancellor has announced that a quarter will be paid by the government and a quarter paid by the employer, but we are self-employed. So what does that mean for us? Andy first.
Well, he should be eligible for the new self-employed grants. So they doubled the self-employed grant that they were offering just a month ago under the new job support scheme terms. It was going to be just 20% of profits, but now you can claim up to 40% of profits, and the maximum grant goes up from £1,875 to £3,750. The government's saying that's worth about £3 billion altogether in support to self-employed people. So I would have thought our Uber driver there would be eligible for that.
And am I right in saying it's still the case that to get help as a self-employed person, you have to have been registered as self-employed for 3 years? Is that right?
Well, you have to have been registered as self-employed for more than a year. In fact, it goes back to April last year, April 2019. From before then, you have to have been eligible. And I think you have to show an average, we may be able to get some clarification, but I think it's an average of 3 years' profit, and it's based on that you are eligible for the self-employed grant.
So I suppose someone who is only very recently self-employed, or perhaps went self-employed right before lockdown, unluckily for them, I mean, people like that, I suppose, have fallen through nets, haven't they?
There are big gaps in the safety net, Jen. This is a really serious point. A lot of self-employed people aren't sole traders who would be eligible for these grants, but are set up as limited companies and pay themselves through dividends. Now, these people have been completely excluded from the coronavirus support schemes for 7 months, and some of them haven't been able to get incomes from benefits either. Some of them are losing their mental health right now because they're desperate. They haven't had an income for a very long time. And yet, unfortunately, in this announcement, there isn't anything for them.
That's a really, really interesting point. Let's move to a question from Matt in Birmingham. It's about the changeover that's coming, and it's an interesting point, actually. Matt says, we're a tier 2 business, closed at the moment. All staff are furloughed at the moment, but as we know, furlough, Michelle, ends at the end of October. So do we make all staff redundant on the 1st of November, or is there a scheme available to pay staff after the 1st of November? Because with the current restrictions, we just can't afford to reopen. Goodness.
Okay, so in tier 2, you won't be mandated to close. So the job support scheme, which is where you need to have your staff working 20% of time, so that's basically full-time and 1 day a week, in order to access that scheme. So this is what was announced this morning. It essentially means that your staff can be, if they are working 20% of time with the government top-up, they can be earning about 73%, I think it is, of their normal salary. So it's not a like-for-like replacement of furlough. You will need staff working 1 day a week, but it might be a way for Matt to be able to bring bring staff back at the end of furlough instead of having to lay people off, which would be unfortunate.
Yeah, are we going to see complications, Andy, when that change inevitably from the end of October to the 1st of November?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's interesting the timing of this, because if it had come a few weeks before, a lot of the decisions that employers have made about whether to let people go or not, the arithmetic that underlies that decision would have been quite different. So unfortunately, some people would have been made redundant, but it's a much more generous support now for people who do decide to keep people on. So whereas a company whose revenue had halved, for example, previously might have said, furlough scheme doesn't work for me, I'm going to get rid of half my staff. Now they can make them all work half their hours, and the government will help make up their income, so all the employees have about 2/3 of their pay. So it does tilt the balance much more in favour of keeping people on and much less in favour of letting people go.
Okay. A question, Michelle, from Deborah Casey for you. As a business provider giving lighting and electrical solutions to things like outdoor events and corporate hospitality, we've been unable to trade for most of the year because, of course, all the events have been cancelled. We have lost 95% of our annual turnover. Why are event suppliers not included in the job support scheme?
Okay, well, so firstly, they are included in the job support scheme. This is for the job support scheme is for everyone. It's not just for Tier 3. It's not just for certain sectors. It is for it's for every sector. It's for every business. It does require you, if you're not mandated to close, to have your staff working 20% of the time. And if you've so you've lost 95% of annual turnover. That might be tricky to bring people back for 20% of time. But if you can, then absolutely you can access the job support scheme. So hopefully that might be an option for Deborah.
Yeah, so the leisure industry has been offered help, discretionary grants from local authorities, and the government's going to fund that. But the difficulty that we've had with that for months, and we will still have, it looks like, is that you have to have a rateable value in order to be able to claim that local authority grant. A lot of companies in the event sector, for example, conference companies or...
It's a huge business.
Yeah, but they may not have a premises, and therefore they may not have a rateable value. And for the last 6 or 7 months, they've been excluded from support too, because they don't have that rateable value, so they can't collect that grant. But as mentioned, they can still apply for the job support scheme if they can manage to muster 20% of their normal turnover.
Right, so that's the big point, isn't it? And can they? They might be looking, thinking, goodness, when a company is going to start running conferences again and all the sort of things they work on. But yes, that's an interesting point. There's a final point for you, Andy, because we talked a little bit today about the future. How is all of this being paid for? And Sunil Sukumaran has asked, the government's borrowing the money to help with all this support. It's billions of pounds. Sooner or later, it'll have to be paid back. By when will it be paid back, and what form could it take? For example, could it mean tax increases?
Well,
big question for the future.
Short answer, eventually, of course, it will have to mean tax increases at some point. But when we talk about the timing of paying this money back, we should remember that actually we're in a kind of a warlike economy at the moment. The economy is almost on a war footing, more than it has been in peacetime ever before. And in the war, we didn't worry about borrowing money in order to pay for weapons to fight the Nazis. That was something that had to be paid back by future generations. Interest rates are so low at the moment, you can borrow, the government can borrow at very easy terms over a very long time. So actually this money wouldn't necessarily have to be paid back anytime soon, so long as the interest rates are easily covered by the government's revenue. And they're so low at the moment that if the government borrowed long at cheap interest rates, there wouldn't be any pressure to pay it back in the next 4 or 5 years, maybe not even in the next 10.
Really interesting. We'll talk more about that in the future, I'm quite sure, as well. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you very much to both of you, Michelle Ovens and Andy Verity. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're across that level of detail, because my goodness, it is complicated for people. Thank you very much indeed. Former US President Barack Obama has launched a blistering attack on President Trump in his first campaign speech in support of Joe Biden. Mr. Obama said Donald Trump had treated the presidency like a reality show. Donald Trump said Barack Obama had campaigned for Hillary Clinton at the last election, but the result was her defeat. Ali Makbul sent this report.
It was a strange way to attend a political event, but they came in their cars
to see their former president's first drive-in rally for Joe Biden.
I think what Barack Obama brings is the sense when America was great, when we were happy to go out, when we could go out and have a good time, when we were respecting and loving each other.
And when Barack Obama got on stage in Philadelphia, he didn't hold back in his criticism of the man who replaced him in the White House, saying Donald Trump's behavior had been unacceptable and a poor example to American children.
Why are folks making excuses for that? Oh, well, that's just him. No! There are consequences to these actions. They embolden other people to be cruel and divisive and racist. And it frays the fabric of our society.
In the strongest terms he's used yet, Barack Obama tore into Donald Trump's record, saying he'd worked for no one but himself and his friends. He was scathing about the president's tax returns and the way he'd handled the pandemic.
8 months into this pandemic, cases are rising again across this country. Donald Trump isn't suddenly going to protect all of us. He can't even take the basic steps to protect himself.
Part of the reason he came to this city was to encourage African Americans to vote, but many remain disillusioned.
Look at who they got in office and look who they want to vote for to get out of office. You're going to lose on both ends. No point in really voting. Not to be in it. That's how I look at it. I don't see no point in voting, bro. It's like a lost cause.
Well, thousands fewer black voters turned out in 2016 in this city as compared to previous elections. And while Philadelphia still very much went Democrat, it's thought to be a big reason why Hillary Clinton narrowly lost the state of Pennsylvania to Donald Trump. Down the road, Barack Obama dropped by a community center.
You'll get some folks who say, well, I'm not going to vote.
His input could be crucial to reversing that fall in black voting for Joe Biden, and not just in this city. Alim Mabul, BBC News in Philadelphia.
Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon has said she wants people to be able to fully celebrate Christmas, but any restrictions will depend on the actions of the public. She said it's unlikely that people will be able to have family visiting over the festive period. At her daily coronavirus news conference, she was asked to respond to comments by Scotland's clinical director, who'd warned that people should get ready for what he described as a digital Christmas.
This is really tough stuff, and I've seen Jason Leach's comments this morning, and I've seen the totality of his comments, and what he's trying to do is be frank with people about the reality we live in, and not prematurely rule things out, but equally not try to give people false assurance, and that's the really difficult balance we're trying to strike right now. I want us to be able to celebrate Christmas as normally as it is possible to do within the context of a global pandemic. And my message to people is that the more we all stick with these really difficult restrictions right now, the more chance there will be of us doing that. And some of the really tough additional things that government is deciding right now, restrictions on hospitality, for example, and any other restrictions we feel necessary to put in place, will also be in part about trying to deal decisively with an upsurge in the virus now so that we give ourselves the best chance of greater normality at Christmas. And that's part of the objective that we're all working to right now. But Christmas this year, probably for no country anywhere, is going to be absolutely normal without any restrictions. And you know, I could do what politicians probably do in normal times. I could stand here and try to tell you otherwise and think, well, I'll let people down nearer the time. That's not the right approach right now. So we are unlikely to be able to celebrate Christmas with no limits on the people in our houses and no limits to what we do. But the more we get this virus under control right now, the greater normality, the greater chance of having some ability to interact with our loved ones we will have. And I know people want me to stand here right now and just say definitively, here's what the rules will be on Christmas Day. If I was forced to do that right now, if Christmas Day was tomorrow, it would be a pretty harsh thing I would have to say to people. But Christmas Day is not tomorrow. So let's try and work as hard as we can just now so that we do get greater normality, even if it is not 100% normality. And I will just try, and Jason and Fiona and others will try to be as frank with people as possible. Because I think the worst thing we could do right now would be to try to do, as I say, what politicians have sometimes got a tendency to do, tell people what they want to hear to make it easy in the here and now, and worry about changing course later on. I've tried every day to give people as honest and as straightforward a message as possible, and I think that gets more important the further into this we go, and certainly the closer we get to that Christmas period.
Nicola Sturgeon at the Daily Briefing. It's understood that the EU's chief negotiator, Michel Barnier, is in London to resume talks about a post-Brexit trade deal. Our political correspondent, Helen Catt, gave me the latest from Westminster.
Well, the fact that these formal trade talks are starting again does suggest that a deal is still possible. These are being described as intensified negotiations, and they are being held on a set of principles that have been agreed by both sides. Now, you might be thinking, well, hang on, didn't Downing Street say last week that these trade talks were over? Well, yes, it did. Boris Johnson told us that the country needed to get ready for leaving the customs union and the single market in January without a big overarching trade deal. But crucially, the door was left open. Downing Street has suggested that it would get back round the table if the EU moved on certain things. Clearly, it believes that that movement has happened. The sticking points of the negotiations haven't gone away, though. There are still things to be squared on things like fishing rights and on competition law in particular. Michel Barnier said a deal is possible if they both work constructively in a spirit of compromise. There isn't a huge amount of time left, though, so if there is going to be a deal, somebody is going to need to compromise, and it'll need to come soon.
Helen Catt. Well, as we've been discussing today, firms who aren't legally required to close, such as those in Tier 2 places like Birmingham and Coventry, will get additional subsidies to pay workers. So what are people making of today's announcement in the West Midlands? Our correspondent Phil Mackey is in Coventry.
So today's announcement from the Chancellor will be really good news for businesses, especially in the hospitality sector here in Birmingham, which is in Tier 2, which have been really struggling and were concerned as the furlough scheme came to an end, what kind of support they were going to get. They're going to get a lot more, and that will really, really help. But also we've heard today that other parts of the West Midlands, Coventry in particular, is going into Tier 2 restrictions. And we know that the numbers are still steadily going up. Not as bad as they are further north, but there is a steady rise. I've got Andy Street with me, who is the Mayor of the West Midlands. Andy, what's your reaction to Rishi Sunak?
Yeah, well, I'm very pleased, Phil, with today's announcement from the Chancellor. When we went into Tier 2 last week, we knew it would make a real difference to the hospitality businesses here. So we're very quick to say to the Chancellor, there has got to be more support. The two particular things we were talking about, discretionary grants and, of course, a more generous job support scheme, both have come through.
You were quite critical of the government because it hadn't announced that, and it suddenly happened. Andy Burnham, your counterpart up in Manchester, has said, why couldn't we have known this a bit earlier? So why has this suddenly happened now?
I think, to be fair, it's a very fast-changing situation. When the Chancellor announced his winter economy plan, he didn't expect cities like London and Birmingham to be at this Tier 2 level of restrictions. But they have moved quickly once the case was made, and they've listened to the voice of hospitality across the country.
And it's a really big, important part of the city, isn't it? We've got more Michelin stars in Birmingham than any other city outside London. And a lot of those businesses are threatened with closure. Some might not have been able to reopen at all. Do you think this is enough to save those businesses?
I do think this will make a genuine difference. Won't change the fundamental point about the level of patronage they've got coming through, given the restrictions. Just to explain for those in the rest of the country, if you're in a Tier 2 area, people from outside your own household can't meet you in a pub or a restaurant. So that really does dent their businesses. But there is practical financial support here that we hope will help them through until we can return to normal.
And I did mention at the start, figures are still going up across the West Midlands, not massively rapidly, but they haven't started to even plateau yet. Is there a point where Birmingham goes into Tier 3?
It's a could-be answer to that. To be really clear, there are no current intentions for any part of the West Midlands to move into Tier 3. But if the numbers do continue to rise, of course, that will have to be considered with government. So my message to anyone in the West Midlands would be follow all of the rules as fiercely as you can to prevent us going into Tier 3.
Thanks very much, Andy. And I think what I've heard, not just from Andy, but from some of the council leaders as well, is a frustration that those numbers are going up. We saw outbreaks at universities, they're beginning to come down, but elsewhere in cities and outside cities, the numbers are going up notably. People just have become blasé maybe about some of the restrictions and aren't obeying those basic instructions to wash your hands, maintain social distance. That would see figures come down hopefully by Christmas, so that there may be a chance of some relaxation.
Phil Mackey there in Coventry. And just to remind you, there is a news briefing coming up from Downing Street in the next little while. The Chancellor Rishi Sunak alongside the Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Sir Patrick Vallance. So we'll have full coverage of all of that for you here this afternoon on BBC News and on BBC One. Rita Chakrabarti will be with you to take you through all of those developments.
I'm here at this hospital where they're already experiencing the benefits of AI. This is seriously cutting-edge technology.
Wouldn't it be good if firefighters could use technology to see what they're getting themselves into?
This is a very innovative project to protect the environment.
It's called the artificial tree.
You have to give them credit for blazing the trails.
A new tool to reboot democracy and find common ground amongst the most polarised of views. Encrypted messaging apps to avoid interception from the police.
One thing that we know you will see is the expansion of the internet off the planet.
The Take on Tech. Click Saturday and Sunday at 12:30 on the BBC News Channel.
This is BBC News. I'm Rita Chakrabarti. The headlines at 4:45. The Chancellor unveils a new rescue deal for jobs, promising more support for businesses struggling under coronavirus restrictions.
We're seeing areas move into tier 2 restrictions, and that's having a particular impact on hospitality businesses, which is why we're keen to support those businesses.
Last quarter, we saw a record rise in redundancies. The Chancellor could have done much more if he had acted sooner.
The Health Secretary announces that Coventry, Stoke-on-Trent and Slough will move into the tier 2 high coronavirus level on Saturday. Finding out why some people are more likely to die from COVID-19 should focus on more than just ethnicity, urges a government scientific advisor. Hello, good afternoon. You join us for a special programme ahead of a Downing Street briefing on the day that billions of pounds of extra help for firms and workers across the UK hit by the coronavirus restrictions have been announced by the Chancellor. The job support scheme will pay out considerably more than originally planned, where companies are not legally required to close. Rishi Sunak is doubling the taxpayer subsidy for employers in the job support scheme after a growing clamour from firms in tier 2 areas. Employers will now have to pay for a minimum of 20% of a worker's wages. That's down from 55%. This means the government will now fund 62% of pay for hours not worked. 150,000 grants of up to £2,100 for hotels, restaurants and bed and breakfasts will be given as part of a new scheme for businesses not obliged to close. They'll be paid monthly and they'll be backdated. Here's our economics correspondent, Andy Merritt.
A normally busy restaurant area under tier 2 restrictions. The outlets here may be open, but business is so quiet, many are struggling to survive on a fraction of their normal income. In Sturtsley in the West Midlands, this once bustling microbrewery normally sells barrels to pubs, which under the new restrictions aren't buying like they used to. It's trying to adapt by selling cans directly to customers, but its income has been taken.
As soon as we started to see things beginning to return to profitability, where Boeing was definitely a tier 2 area, and our revenue was hit massively.
Restaurants like this one in tier 2 or tier 3 areas have a problem. They can't claim on the scheme that pays 2/3 of wages because they're not legally required to shut. But because of the rule that says 2 households can't mix indoors, they're seeing a sharp drop in business, which makes it harder and harder to keep their staff on. After businesses and unions warned many firms could go under, the Chancellor Rishi Sunak met business leaders today to announce yet another change to the government's job support schemes.
I've always said that we'll adapt and evolve our support as the health situation changes, and that's clearly what's happened over the past few weeks. We're seeing areas move into tier 2 restrictions, and that's having a particular impact on hospitality businesses, which is why we're keen to support those businesses with extra cash grants and a more generous job support scheme, helping them keep those employees in work.
The job support scheme announced a month ago helps firms who cut the hours staff work rather than letting them go by topping up wages. Previously, the government paid 1/3 of the hours not worked. Now the government will pay 62% of hours not worked, with employers only paying 5%. Under the scheme announced a month ago, staff would have to work at least 1/3 of their normal hours. Now they'll only have to work 1/5 of normal hours for 1 day a week. The government's critics say it should have happened much sooner.
Last quarter, we saw a record rise in redundancies. The Chancellor could have done much more if he had acted sooner. And now we see yet another last-minute move.
In Manchester, it's not seen as a coincidence. The support for businesses suddenly improves after London goes into tier 2 restrictions.
Why now? Why has it taken London to go into tier 2? For tier 2 support to become a national issue? I mean, that's the question, isn't it?
It's the government's 4th change to business support schemes in as many months, and a tacit admission that the job support scheme announced less than a month ago didn't balance enough government support against the financial damage done by antivirus measures. In the economic fallout of the pandemic, the facts have changed, and the government's changed its mind.
Well, Andy is here with me now. So, Andy, the furlough scheme, which has been running for a while now, is coming to an end at this month. How will things change as a result of this?
Well, the whole job support scheme was always about what happened when the furlough scheme came to an end. As you said, it's just a week and a half away now. This changes the arithmetic for employers considering making people redundant because they have much less income than they used to because of the restrictions. So, for example, if a firm, say, has just 20% of its previous income, it can now shorten the hours of the employees it has, rather than getting rid of 80% of them, shorten their hours so they only work, say, 1 day a week each, and then claim back most of the money, nearly 2/3 of the money that would cover the rest of the week from the government. So that tilts the balance massively. Previously, the scheme announced a month ago that Rishi Sunak laid out, it was required that employees would have to work for 33% of the time. So you've got to be making 1/3 of your normal revenue for that to work for you as a company. And also they had to pay, in addition, about 22% of the hours not worked. So an employer might have to pay 50%, even when their employees only working for 1/3 of the time. That didn't create enough incentive. It was said back then to deter people from letting people go and for making people redundant. And the criticism that Labour has been making is, look, if you'd announced this a month ago when we all said this was not generous enough, then you might have avoided many redundancies.
Are there people who are still left out of this new scheme?
This is such an important point. There are people who are left out of this new scheme and also have been left out for the last 7 months. Some of them have had no income at all for 6 or 7 months, and they are desperate. It's affecting their mental health. We are having people with suicide ideation, and there's a very serious mental health crisis going on with people who've been denuded of their living and given no support. Now, among them are people who, freelancers, for example, who set themselves up as limited companies, paying themselves in dividends. There are other people who are excluded by the various other rules for the support scheme put in place to try to prevent people taking the mickey. If
you wait as well, you wait as well.
Like and claiming that you shouldn't.
You have to wait
but
as well.
nevertheless excluding some people who may be deserving of support, who say, well, we've paid our taxes same as everybody else. Why aren't we doing that?
Okay.
You can do it without scaling.
So economics correspondent Andy Verity. Well, let's get more on this now with Andrew Sentence, who's a senior advisor to Cambridge Econometrics and also former member of the Bank of England's Monetary Policy Committee. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Sentence. What's your reaction to this package that the Chancellor has announced?
Well, it's clearly an improvement on what we had before. But I think there's been a disappointing change in policy over the last couple of months compared with where we were in March and April, when we had the most intense lockdown. And actually the government is trying to sort of hold back money rather than provide support for the economy. And I think that's rather disappointing. So yes, there's some help here for various groups, but there's still some groups in the economy who are not benefiting from this package, like the self-employed, as Andy Verity mentioned. And I think we need to have a different approach. Actually, I think this winter may well be worse for the economy than the period that we saw in April and May. And so we need to prepare for that, and the government should be ready for that.
So, fairly lukewarm praise from you, actually. Is that because you feel that he should have acted, that the Chancellor should have acted sooner?
Well, I think his winter economic package was a bit of a damp squib. I think independent economists came up with a figure of about 5 billion, what it was worth. I think most independent economists thought 10, 15, 20 billion would be much more suitable. Now, more of that money is now being put on the table, but you can see this approach in the negotiations that have taken place with Manchester and some of the regional areas. It's not helpful for the government to be holding back on a little bit of money now. Government borrowing is going to go up anyway. It's going to go up to very high levels. We should do what is necessary to support the economy now, and then we should sort out the problems when the economy has recovered and we've got on top of this virus. Then we should worry about the financial consequences.
Oh, that's interesting, because that is the big question, isn't it? How is all of this going to be paid for? But you think that's a question that we should not try to answer now?
No, I don't think it's a question we should try to answer now, because the UK government is a very reliable borrower in the financial markets, and we know that we can borrow, in difficult circumstances, as we are borrowing now. So as long as we can pay back the money or pay the interest on the money, then we will be okay. And that's what we should be focusing on a year or two down the track. But at the moment, we should be focusing on getting through the crisis.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Very good to talk to you. Thank you so much. That's Andrew Sentence, Senior Advisor to Cambridge Econometrics. Thank you. Now, the NHS test and trace system in England has recorded its lowest weekly success rate since it began in May. In the 7 days up to the 14th of October, fewer than 60% of the close contacts of people who tested positive for COVID-19 were reached, and only 15% of those tested at local and regional testing sites received their result within 24 hours. Downing Street has confirmed that it's holding talks with officials in Nottinghamshire and West Yorkshire about moving the regions into the highest tier of coronavirus restrictions. It comes as more parts of the country face tougher measures. Health Secretary Matt Hancock told MPs that Stoke-on-Trent, Coventry and Slough will move into the high coronavirus level on Saturday.
Today, I'd like to update the House on some further changes that we're making. Unfortunately, we're seeing rising rates of infection in Stoke-on-Trent, in Coventry and in Slough. In all of these areas, there are over 100 positive cases per 100,000 people. Cases are doubling around every fortnight, and we're seeing a concerning increase of cases among the over 60s. So we've agreed in partnership with local leaders to move these areas into the high local alert level, coming into force at 1 minute past midnight on Saturday. The central change is that people cannot now meet other households socially indoors. This applies in any setting, at home or in a restaurant or any other venue. The rule of 6 still applies to any outdoor setting. And although you may continue to travel to open venues, you should reduce the number of journeys where possible. I'd like to thank local leaders in these areas for the work that they've done, for their cooperation, and I can assure the people of Stoke-on-Trent, of Coventry and of Slough that we'll support you all the way through, including with the business support that the Chancellor announced earlier today for all areas with a high local alert level. And we're also formally beginning discussions with Warrington about moving into the very high alert level due to a continuing rise in cases there.
Well, our political correspondent Jess Parker is at Westminster for us. Jess, we are waiting for that Downing Street briefing with the Prime Minister and the Chancellor and the senior advisor. But while we wait for that, presumably there will be questions about quite why the Chancellor has waited until now to offer this level of support.
Yeah, I mean, the accusation has immediately come from the Labour Party that there were holes in the scheme that he announced back in late September that he's now updated today, and that the government should have acted sooner. And it's been a central charge the Labour Party has been making in recent months. Rishi Sunak, of course, has been saying that the government is right to adapt to the changes as they come. But I think what this tells us today, because it is just a month since he announced the winter economy plan, and now he's updating the job support scheme before it's actually kicked in November, is that clearly the government is not in the position it hoped to be in terms of the rate of infection levels, the way in which they're therefore having to close down or curtail parts of the economy, and then therefore the kind of support they're having to offer to businesses who are suffering as a result.
Is it fair to assume that the government, the Chancellor, assumed that the economy would bounce back rather more than it had? In a sense, they're interlinked, aren't they? If the virus is more prevalent, then the economy can't get going again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is a major concern. And it's interesting because you were just playing the clip from Matt Hancock, the Health Secretary, today, who's announced that more areas moving into Tier 2, so that's the high alert levels, Stoke, Coventry and Slough. 29 million people in England, just a touch over, are now living under the 2 highest tiers of restrictions. That's a huge proportion now of the population who are living under these extra restrictions, which has this impact on businesses. And I think one of the things that we'll be hearing about today at the Downing Street press conference is really linking the two things. So the fact that Rishi Sunak has come out with this announcement today changes the job support scheme, cash grants as well, and this tiered system, which of course has had a bit of a rocky week after there was this resistance following 10 days of talks with Greater Manchester, the government eventually announcing a noon deadline and then imposing Tier 3 restrictions on Greater Manchester.
Jessica, I'm going to stop you because here they come.
Good afternoon. I'm very glad to be joined today, not just by Sir Patrick Vallance, but by the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, who is going to tell us more in a moment about our latest package to help this country in its battle with COVID. And I want to thank Rishi for measures that will protect people's livelihoods and protect jobs, and which will help us to deliver our overwhelming objective of getting the virus under control while keeping pupils in education and keeping the UK economy moving forward. I know that there are some people who say this economic objective is so important that we should stop all measures to control the virus and stop restrictions of any kind on our social lives and on the way we run our businesses. We can't do that because, alas, the maths is inescapable. We would face many thousands more deaths, and no, to answer one commonly posed question, we would not be able to insulate the elderly and the vulnerable, not in a society with so many multi-generational households. No country has been able to do that. And an uncontrolled expansion in the number of COVID patients would mean that the NHS would have even less capacity to treat heart patients and cancer patients and to deal with all our other medical needs. So that's why we reject that extreme laissez-faire approach. And then there are others who say, on the contrary, that we need now to lock the whole place down from John Groats to Land's End, turn the lights out, shut up shop, close schools and universities, and go back to the same kind of lockdown we had in March and April and May. And I have to say, I don't believe that is the right course now. Not when the psychological cost of lockdown is well known to us, the economic cost, and not when it's being suggested that we might have to perform the same sort of brutal lockdown again and again in the months ahead. And not when there is such an obvious variation, unlike last time, between different parts of the country. So that's why we're going for a balanced approach, a middle course between the Scylla of another national lockdown and the Charybdis of an uncontrolled virus. A regional and local approach, the same approach that is now being followed by some of the countries that are most successful in their fights against the virus. And so to all those who are enduring these restrictions and who have been enduring them for so long in all parts of the country, I want to repeat my thanks for your bravery, for your patience, and your public spiritedness. And I repeat, there are clear signs that our collective actions are working. Yes, the reproduction rate of the virus is above 1, but thanks to the efforts of people of all ages in following the guidance and the rules, the R is about half its natural rate. And if we follow the guidance together and follow the rules, then we can get it done. And it's precisely because these measures are burdensome that from the beginning, this government has provided unprecedented support to everyone in this country, support worth £200 billion to look after jobs and livelihoods and business. And as we adjust our campaign to fight the virus, it's right that we should now produce a new package of support across the country, in addition to the specific agreements we've reached with Lancashire, Merseyside, and others. And because it's far, far better to keep business going now, rather than to let those jobs go forever in a new national lockdown. We will win this fight against COVID because we can see that treatments are getting better and medicines are getting better and testing technologies are getting better. And we've shown before that we can drive the R down. And in the meantime, we need to protect jobs, protect livelihoods, and put the UK in the strongest position for an economic recovery. I'm going to hand over now to the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Good afternoon. Our plan for jobs will support British people and businesses wherever they live and whatever their situation. And just as we have throughout this crisis, we will listen and respond to people's concerns as the circumstances evolve. Earlier today, I announced 3 new measures. First, I'm making our job support scheme more generous for employers who can open safely, but whom are struggling with the impact of restrictions on their business. Instead of employees working at least a third of their hours to qualify for support, they will now have to work just 1 day a week. And the government will significantly increase the money it makes towards people's wages, with businesses paying much less, just 5% toward the cost of hours not worked. This is one of the most generous versions of a short-time work scheme in the world. It is better for business, better for jobs, and better for the economy. Second, we're doubling the value of the self-employed income support grants from 20% to 40% of average profits, meaning the maximum grant will increase to £3,750. And third, we're introducing a new grant scheme for businesses in higher alert level areas, even if they can remain open. Businesses in sectors like hospitality, leisure, and accommodation will be able to apply to their local authority for cash grants of up to £2,100 per month. And these grants will be backdated to August. This means we're being more generous to businesses and places which have been in higher alert levels for longer.
You don't know like you was right. You're gonna make it like wagging on it.
For the regions, for our economy, for the country, a plan to support the British people. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rishi. Patrick, we gave you today's slides.
Can I just update you on some of the numbers? So this is a slide that I showed last week. The new numbers come out tomorrow, but it's a reminder that the number of people in the UK thought to have based on
He's off to quote. Oh, Johnny Ringo ranking, how are you doing? Oh, I'm alright, not too bad. How are you? Are you alright? Did you see the little drama earlier that we had? I hope it's dealt with now. I hope I don't have to see that ever again. I hope it's dealt with.
So we continue to see an increase in
I hope people understand their positioning and stuff, you know what I mean?
That's one thing, the prevalence, the number of people.
If they try to challenge my authority, they'll soon find out. Well, you challenge my authority, you challenged it. He had the mistake to do that, and he lost out. I mean, what can I say? All them years that he's worked at building his reputation, he's going to fall apart, isn't it?
But the modelling consensus suggests that between 53 and 90,000 new infections per day.
When people realise how false and how hypocritical
expect to see an increase in
the guy is.
As well. So the number of infections overall in the country continues to increase.
You can see me out in the street every day doing the real thing. I mean, I'm definitely doing sight out there. I don't know if anyone's ever seen me out there.
You can see an increase in the number of patients admitted to hospital every day with COVID, which is up towards 1,000 now. And with the numbers of infections, you'd expect that to continue to increase. And it's worth remembering that the number of infections leads to hospitalizations a week or two later, and that in turn has the effect.
Johnny Ringo ranking out time with that 409. That's 2 minutes ago. Oh, right. You might be watching them. I'm trying a little pipe for it. Who challenged your authority? It was a guy called Grinder, MC Grinder. He said I wasn't a Rastafarian, and then I just went to sleep on it, and I thought, fuck it. And I woke up next day and I made a film called what was it called again? You Cannot Judge Me, especially if you're MC Grinder. And then this new film started from somewhere.
I just want to make a point that the Prime Minister has alluded to, which is one of the reasons that care for other conditions like cardiovascular disease and oncology, cancer care gets affected is not the measures taken to stop COVID, it's the patients with COVID who start to occupy beds. So the more patients there are with COVID, the more the pressure on the healthcare system overall, and the more the other conditions get affected. People don't have if we are to reduce.
You listen to this news story.
This is the R value over time from May through to now. We're expecting an updated value for this tomorrow. What you can see is R was very flat over the period of the summer. It's below 1. That means the epidemic is shrinking. It shrank over the period up to August. And then as measures were released and people started to make more contacts, you can see that the R increased. And it's gone up to somewhere between 1.2 to 1.5, something like that. So it's about half of the natural R, which is around 3. So it definitely reflects the huge effort that people have made to try to adhere to the various measures in place.
I'm giggling at the news, man. It's hilarious. Don't you find it funny? I find it hilarious to try and bring it out of trouble every day.
But this also means that the epidemic is still growing. As long as R is above 1, the epidemic continues to grow.
These are the important bits, these are.
At a reasonable rate. It's doubling perhaps every 14 to 18 days. unless the R comes below 1. So that's
right, R's got to come below 1, all right?
where we begin to see
What thing, Richard? How's it going?
what's happening.
You all right?
So there's some indications that amongst young people, the rates are coming down or flattening off a bit, again, due to the huge efforts that people have made to try to adhere to these changes in behaviours that we need to have in order to get this down. And in some areas,
it's like a bit of pure
weed. So the measures are
well, we call high grade, I suppose. It's pretty high grade, yeah. Probably that's enough to smoke for now.
I just want to show a couple of slides now.
Try to smoke a bit later.
Next slide, please. This is the picture that we've shown before. On the left-hand side, the darker the purple, the higher the case numbers. What you can see is
I've got Lebanese biscuits over here as well. Yeah, you've seen them. All right, you've been here a while then, isn't it, Richard?
Some areas have got very.
I've got Lebanese. Yeah, I've got choco Lebanese. Yeah, I've got them. I've got a few of them. I haven't finished them yet. I've got a Hershey's. A Hershey's, sorry, a Hershey's sprinkles and cream. That is interesting to me. Sprinkles and cream. I love it. Choice of chocolate. Birthday cake, it's called. Sprinkles and cream birthday cake is called.
Isn't as high as it was in some areas, but overall, this is growing.
I smoke resin called Leb. Oh, right, Leb. Oh, yeah. Right, it's short for Lebanese, probably. It's probably, they don't want any more Lebanese people to have their knees cut off or something. They just call it Leb to keep them out of trouble, you know. They don't want them to get chopped up anymore. So they just call it Leb. Cannabis oil. Oh, wow, cannabis oil.
Due to the measures
interesting.
Taking, and you can see London is increasing, but at the lower level, southeast, east.
I just smoke pure weed these days. It's all right.
Increasing.
Not too bad, yeah. It's punishment. You never know.
in different zones, depending on the speed of the increase and the overall numbers, but you can see there are increases across the country.
From the knees down. Yeah, that's what I'm going on about. That's exactly what I'm going on about. I'll do anything to you over there.
From Surrey.
It's totally frowned upon by the government and stuff. That's why this country's not too bad a country to be in at the moment, really. At the moment, anyway, until we get some heavy weed government that comes along that wants to clamp down on weed smokers. That'd be hilarious.
Told to close, but for whom there's no or limited income because their clients or customers have been ordered to close, and therefore there's no work available.
Well, thanks.
We just cut some of the police out of the system as well. I swear, there's too many police on the tube. I've seen it. There's too many police on the tube. We should let them have 1 day a week. They got a problem as well. The police can only do 1 day a week. Why is that? We've got to make it up on the spot. Come on, Boris, think of it. Come on. Don't be an idiot all your life. I need you now. I need you to think up the idea. I can't think it up. I can't think up why the police can only work for 1 day a week as well. Can you think of that, Rishi? Rishi, can you work out why the police can only work for 1 day a week?
So there's a few things that we've already put in place, and a couple more things that we announced today that I think will be.
The police can only work for 1 day a week as well. Come on.
If you're told
let's make it fair. It's not a fair system then, is it? Otherwise, it's not fair then, is it? Yeah, come on.
And that will last as long as you have been told to close. And then for your staff, the wages of those staff will be paid by the government at 2/3. All the employer has to do is just contribute to the national insurance contributions if they are.
We're already paying their wages anyway. We're already paying their wages anyway. They're a fucking safe industry anyway.
The supply chain, as I think you're talking about, if you're involved in supply chain where businesses that you supply are having a tough time and that's having an impact on your business,
let's shut down the police then. Let's have a go on the police, come on. Let's just do it off, come on. Let's make it over like they were premeditated. The police just need to get paid too.
Businesses, particularly in the hospitality sector, will be eligible for
hospitality sector.
Of 70% of the value of the grants I mentioned earlier. So that would be some of that amount for them to allocate at their discretion. So it may be that they choose to do something slightly different with it, but we will size the value of the grants for the number of hospitality, leisure, and accommodation businesses in a particular tier 2 area. And again, those grants will be available monthly. And then secondly, for the wages of people, of the staff in those types of businesses, the newly generous job support scheme, I think, will really help. So you will be able to, rather than let go of those.
Well, the guy that died last year, he doesn't work anymore, and then there would be a new guy, and the new guy doesn't get the benefits, does he? So, what's going on with the new guys? I mean, what are they doing?
The employer just needs to pay 5% of that. The government will pick up the rest of the bill. So I think that's, again, as much support.
Has anyone started a career since coronavirus started? Has anyone managed to establish a career?
So hopefully, as I said, those two things we announced today, coming on top of what we've already done, will make a real difference.
Thanks very much, Rishi, and thank you, Yvonne. Liam from Bradford asked, what can and will you do to encourage new and innovative business to emerge at this time, a critical component of economic growth, which seems to have been forgotten? How can we share the risk? Liam, again, I would say that the UK is one of the most creative and dynamic environments to set up a business under any circumstances. We have all sorts of advantages. We now have the advantages I said just now to Yvonne.
Still this,
business rates, of VAT. We have a low corporation tax, and we are putting in fantastic investments now in a lot of the things that business will need for long-term growth. Investing in skills, in infrastructure, in broadband, where we want to be leading the world, giving start-up businesses the basic foundation on which to build. But Rishi, anything you'd like to add for Liam?
I think, Liam, you're absolutely right. We're very lucky in this country to have fabulous entrepreneurial startup companies. They will help drive our recovery, so they haven't been forgotten. I'd probably point you to one particular intervention we made earlier on in the crisis, and that was to create something called the Future Fund. You heard the Prime Minister talk about the various loan grants and guarantees that we've made available throughout the crisis. Now, they worked quite well for traditional businesses which had cash flows and profits before. They weren't well suited to startup businesses like the ones you're describing, who were before the pre-revenue stage. So what the Future Fund did is it shared the risk, exactly as you mentioned, between the government and investors. And what we said is we will match the investment that private investors put into these startup companies, whether that's in a Series A round or a seed round or an angel round, anywhere from a couple of £100,000 all the way up to 5 million. And that fund has proved to be really successful. I think it's been warmly welcomed by the startup entrepreneurial community all across the country, and it's funded just under 1,000 companies so far. And as you said, I'm hopeful that will provide them with the financing they need to survive through the crisis, share the risk with the taxpayer, but then emerge stronger on the other side and help drive our growth and recovery.
Brilliant, thanks. Let's go to Laura Kuenberg of the BBC.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Firstly to you, Chancellor. The problems with the first version of your job scheme that you've rewritten today were obvious to many people in the industry from the start. Why do you keep underestimating the help that people really need? Sir Patrick, can I ask you if you agree with Scotland's Chief Medical Officer, who's told families there's no question of anything like a normal Christmas and they should plan to celebrate digitally? Prime Minister, to you, this week you've been to war with leaders in the north of England. You're still leaving some workers on 2/3 of their wages or telling them to claim benefits. And cases of coronavirus keep on rising. Is this really the kind of leadership you think the country deserves?
Laura, I think it's a really fair question to ask about the timing of this. I think if you think back to the summer when we designed the job support scheme in conjunction with business and business groups and unions, I think at that point we were looking forward to the economy reopening and restrictions being lifted. Now, what we've seen in the especially last 4 or 5 weeks, as these new restrictions have been put in place, the impact they're having on the ground has been highly significant, particularly to businesses in the hospitality sector, particularly in these tier 2 areas. And it's the cumulative weight of all these new restrictions has really, if you speak to anyone in this industry, they're seeing it in their numbers quite significantly over the past few weeks. And that's why, as we've always said, we will adapt and evolve our response as the situation changes. Now, as the health restrictions have changed and that's had an impact on the economy, I think it's right that we respond pragmatically and because ultimately what we're trying to do is protect people's jobs and income, and the measures that we've put in place today, I'm confident will do just that, and this will be now in place for a while to come, and I think it's very generous and effective support.
I think the numbers speak for themselves. They're increasing, and they're not going to decrease quickly. And I think it's likely that some measures of restriction are going to need to be in place for a while to try and get those numbers down. Obviously, the quicker you get the R below 1, the quicker numbers come down, and things then give you a bit of room. And so a lot depends on what happens now over the next few weeks. At the moment, the numbers are heading in the wrong direction, but as I say, there are some signs in some places of a potential flattening off of that. We need to wait and see, monitor the numbers very, very carefully.
Well, Laura, I must, I'm afraid, strongly reject what you say about me being at war with local leaders. That's not the case. We've had great conversations with local leaders, mayors, and others in Liverpool, in Lancashire, in Yorkshire, in the West Midlands, South Yorkshire, I should say, London, and everybody has come to the table, has shown leadership, stepped up to the plate, and agreed to help bring the R down in that particular area, which is what we need to see. I'm grateful also to Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester, where he's agreed to help bring the R down with a package of measures in Tier 3. And as Patrick has just said, thanks to the efforts of people across the country, we are starting to see some progress. And it is early days yet, and it will be tough, but I really think that people do think across the country that this balanced approach, avoiding
how is it a balanced approach? How's it a balanced approach? We were below 1, so let's all go and have a piss up and a cigar and all that. How is that balanced? How is that balanced? How is that balanced? How is that balanced? Are you sure? You raving loony! You should be on the fucking Labour Party. You should be on the Labour Party, and you know. You should be a Labour member, and you know it, Boris. I've got you.
Is the backdated Tier 2 business support today an acknowledgement that you were not supporting parts of the north of England properly for weeks during the summer? Andy Burnham's right, isn't he, when he says that you have neglected the north? And isn't this announcement today an attempt to right that wrong? And Sir Patrick, at a SAGE meeting on May the 1st, the SAGE committee agreed that at least 80% of contacts would be needed in the test and trace system. Effective. The test and trace scheme is contacting less than 60% now. How disappointing is that? And what are the implications of it in terms of tackling this disease?
The issue is really one of basic fairness between the various parts of the country that are having to experience regional restrictions. That's what we were trying to achieve in the last 10 days. And what we're doing now is bringing forward measures that are designed to help businesses that can't trade as they normally would, and they're experiencing a fall in income, as Rishi has said. That's what we're trying to do. We're doing it across the whole country, and it's backdated, as you know, to August. But Rishi,
I think I'll just echo what you said, Prime Minister. Beth, this is simply about fairness. It's about treating people the same wherever they live and whatever their situation. All the interventions that we've put in place are there on a national basis. And as different parts of the country experience different restrictions at different times, our various support measures, whether it's grants for businesses or the job support scheme, will be there to help them, their businesses, support their wages at whatever time that is. But we approach everything from a position of wanting people to have the equal support wherever they are, not just within England, but in every part of the United Kingdom as well.
Thanks very much, Beth. Let's go to Ben Kentish at LBC. Oh, sorry, Patrick, yes.
So on the test and trace, it's undoubtedly the case that test, trace and isolation becomes much more difficult to have an impact once numbers are high. So it's much more effective when numbers are low. That's the first point. The second point is that I think the testing system has ramped up the numbers they're able to do quite effectively, but it's really important to concentrate on numbers of contacts, isolation as quickly as you can, and getting things back as quickly as you can, ideally to get the whole process done within 48 hours. And it's very clear there's room for improvement on all of that, and therefore that will be diminishing the effectiveness of this. But the effectiveness anyway of test and trace is less when numbers are high than it is when numbers are low.
Thanks very much. Ben Kentish of LBC. Ben, you need to unmute, or somebody needs to unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, got you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I wanted to follow up on that issue, actually, because countries like South Korea, Germany and Taiwan have shown that there is an alternative to the sort of restrictions that much of the UK is now under, and that is a functioning test and trace system. We're testing more people than ever, but clearly something's going wrong. For example, in June, Prime Minister, you said you wanted 100% of test results to be back within 24 hours. Today, the current figure is just 15%. So what do you think's gone wrong there, and when can you assure the British public that that system will be effective enough to start to control the virus as it has in other countries? Unprecedented times we're in, clearly unprecedented spending is needed to support people. But with UK debt hitting 2 trillion, the highest since the 1960s, how long do you believe that can go on for, and how concerned are you about that figure?
Well, first of all, Ben, on your
still joking it, the whole thing,
NHS test and trace. Look, I share people's frustrations, and I understand totally why we do need to see faster turnaround times, and we do need to improve it. We need to make sure that people who do get a positive test self-isolate. That's the absolutely crucial if this thing is going to work in the way that it can. But I just would stress to you, Ben, that the achievements of the testing operation have been colossal. They have moved from a capacity of I think 3,000, 2,000 tests per day to about 300,000. Now we've tested 26 million tests, more than any other country in Europe, and they are on track to reach a capacity of 500,000 by the end of this month. And the technology is improving the whole time. But the crucial thing to get NHS test and trace to work is that if you test positive, then you've got to self-isolate. And don't forget that there's a £500 to help you with the cost of that, but also a £10,000 fine for not doing so. The thing depends on people self-isolating and breaking the transmission.
But we shouldn't find people for not doing
already to break the transmission.
Money to somewhere else,
as I say, have been million contacts have been reached. But there is more that it can do if everybody complies once they're contacted by NHS test and trace.
Ben, you're right to highlight the unprecedented increase in borrowing that's happening this year and the consequent rise in our debt levels to close to 100% debt to GDP. And as you said, those are unprecedented numbers at unprecedented times. Now, whilst it is right to act, I think, with scale during a crisis like this to try and protect jobs and employment, and ultimately that will protect our economy in the long run, it's also right that because of those numbers that you highlighted, that we always have one eye on the long-term public finances, because we want to make sure that we are careful with that. It's clearly not sustainable to carry on acting in this way forever. So as we continue intervening in the economy, it's right that that is targeted and effective and done in a way that we won't always be able to do absolutely everything that everyone would like us to do. And it's because of that, because of the things that you highlighted, that will be the case. We've got to have one eye on the long-term health of the economy and public finances, and make sure that once we get through this, we can return those public finances and the economy to a strong and sustainable position.
Thanks very much, Rishi. Let's go to Chris Smith of The Times.
Thank you. Chancellor, firstly, just picking up on your given that the government strategy now is to suppress the virus until a vaccine is found, and having accepted the need for more support today and saying it will be in place for a while to come, can you guarantee that this level of help will continue to be available until a vaccine is in widespread use? And then to Prime Minister and Sir Patrick on test and trace again. Sir Patrick, you said that it's more effective when numbers are low and it's diminishing effectiveness as cases rise. So have we now missed our moment effectively for this system to work? Is it salvageable, or are cases now just increasing too quickly to keep up?
Chris, I mean, I'll let the Prime Minister and Patrick comment on the vaccine and the part that plays or doesn't in the medium term. To do with giving businesses and employees some certainty and ability to plan through, what is clearly going to be a difficult winter period. So what we have said is that the job support scheme, which starts on November 1st when furlough finishes, will last for at least 6 months. So it will last through to the spring. There'll be a review point in the middle so we can have a look at it and make sure that it's working well. But that support in its guise will be there through this difficult period, through to the spring, to give people that certainty. And because we know, as the Prime Minister said a while back, this is something that will be a fact of our lives for some months to come. I think more broadly, most of the economic interventions we've made also now have that predictability through to the spring, whether it's the business rates holidays or the changes we've made, some of the loan programs or the VAT cut for hospitality. Again, all of that will provide cash support to businesses and people, throughout this period. But I'll let the Prime Minister and Patrick talk about the kind of medium-term outlook.
Well, I just add one obvious point, Chris, to what Rishi has just said, and that's, clearly this is what we're announcing today is billions more going into to support the UK economy, support jobs and livelihoods, and that's right. It's far better to do that and keep the economy going, because we're going to have to pay this money back, and we want to be in a position where the UK economy, where companies are kept alive, jobs are supported, people's skills are maintained, their energies are maintained.
We're going into a stupid period where we're going to be doing coronavirus for a long period of time, by the way. Seems to you lot, because every time we get below 1, we're going to go briefly on partying again.
That's the objective, and I think that if you look at the way the science is changing, you look at the improvements in treatments, in therapies, in drugs. Look at the changes we're seeing in and the improvements in some changes in the mortality rates. I am confident that we will get through this very well in due course. But for the moment, and improvements in testing technologies, as I said last week, really interesting improvements in testing technologies. But for the moment, we have to use the same tools that we've got, which is the social distancing measures, all those restrictions that we put in place. And we have to do that at a local and a regional level, because that's the commonsensical thing to do. And if we do it together in the way that we can, and we follow the guidance together in the disciplined way that we can, and by the way that people of all age groups seem to be doing across the country, then we will drive that R down again, and we will get it under control. And in the meantime, we will have supported our businesses, kept them alive, kept jobs going, and we'll be in a better position to come out of it. That's what we're doing, Patrick.
On vaccines, I think things are progressing well. There are vaccines that produce an immune response. They're in phase 3 clinical trials. We should be seeing some data readouts over the course of this year. But I remain of the view that the possibility of sort of wider spread use of vaccines isn't going to be until spring or so next year, by the time we get enough doses and enough understanding of the outputs to use them. Now, we may get a few doses this side of Christmas, maybe something could happen, but I think we should more realistically be looking at spring. And of course, there are no guarantees until the studies are read out. So we need to be cautious and carry on, but there is a good progress in terms of the vaccines. In terms of test and trace the number of cases, test and trace will work effectively across parts of the UK where cases are lower. That's when it can work most effectively. It has much less of an impact at the areas where you've got very high levels, and that's why additional measures are taken, and that's why additional isolation measures, having to take difficult decisions around premises that need to be shut and so on. That's why they need to be taken, because at that point you can't really control it any other way than by stopping contacts, and stopping contact in environments in which transmission is most likely to take place. And then what test and trace does above that and isolate is to try and remove from circulation as far as you can those people who are infectious. And as new testing methods come on train, that may be more possible more widely, but at the moment it's very difficult to remove everybody who's infectious from a situation where you've got high levels, which is why it's so important to get them down.
And why it's so important to self-isolate if you get a positive test, because if that doesn't happen, then obviously a lot of the force of test and trace is lost. Let's go to Richard Partington of The Guardian.
Thank you very much. Question for you, Prime Minister, and the Chancellor. I wanted to ask why the government was prepared to go to the wall earlier this week over £5 million with Andy Burnham, when you were preparing to announce billions of pounds of more support today through this expansion in the job support scheme. The Chancellor and the Community Secretary were pictured meeting business leaders in London this morning. Does this mean that London is of a higher priority than the north of England for the government? And then a second, if I may, why wait so long to announce these major reversals in the when business leaders will have been making decisions about what to do when the furlough scheme ends for several months now? Does this not have a detrimental effect on employment, and should the government not have acted quicker?
I mean, sorry, Richard, I think you directed the question at both of us, but I'll quickly
wish he didn't write a job, so how would he know what's going?
This was the negotiations between regional leaders, between metro mayors, was all about fairness. That's
Or he's never wrote a job, probably not.
About making sure everyone's got the same package. What we're trying to do now is address a national issue, which is that obviously since the virus,
the scientist has never wrote a proper job.
There's been much more concern, particularly amongst the business community, about the people's ability to protect jobs and livelihoods. Because
even though you didn't write one, you know what about them.
As the campaign adjusts, the fight against the virus changes, and obviously we change our response. That's only logical. But really.
Yes, I echo that, Prime Minister. I think when we
a job that's
with businesses,
recommends
unions, it was done over the summer with a view to the economy being open and restrictions being lifted. Now, obviously, the last few weeks, that has not been as those businesses had expected. Those restrictions were coming back. They were having a cumulative effect on the ground, particularly in tier 2 areas, particularly in hospitality, and that's been the cumulative weight of the changes and the impact more broadly on consumer confidence that we've seen. And that's why we've been in discussions to try and see what changes we can to try and protect jobs and employment at this difficult time. And in regard to the meeting this morning, you're right, I was meeting together with the Community Secretary with representatives from businesses, unions, and indeed, in particular, the hospitality sector. There were plenty of people on Zoom as well, indeed, from I remember Merseyside and North Yorkshire, as well as other places around the country. So I wouldn't take anything from the fact that the meeting would have to be held in London. And you're right, it was held in a restaurant that was closed to the public at the time and was used as a meeting for us in Frank and Anchor. And I think it's important that we highlight the particular impact of what's happening on the hospitality sector, and that's why we were there, to bring that issue to light. That's what we were discussing. How are these social restrictions having an impact on hospitality businesses like that across the country? And how can we adapt and evolve our support to try and help those businesses protect as many jobs as people? There are 2 million people who work in that sector.
And that's our radio.
Immediately that those people typically are younger, women, ethnic minorities, on lower pay. And it is a matter of social justice that we do what we can to try and protect as many of those jobs as possible.
Thanks very much. Let's go lastly to Jane Kirby of the Press Association. Jane, you need to unmute Jane.
Sorry. Good afternoon. So Patrick, just picking up on what you were saying about vaccines, if we get a decent level of rollout by next spring, how soon after that can people expect to stop having to social distance and wear masks? Or do you think that those measures are going to be in place for much of the rest of 2021? And Prime Minister, if circuit breakers in Wales and Northern Ireland are shown to be more effective than 3-tier restrictions, which some of your own advisors have said are useless, will you change your mind?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on how effective the vaccine is going to be. We will see that trials over the next months. We'll see some, I hope, within the next couple of months. We should start seeing outcomes. Once we know how effective vaccines are, then and how applicable they are to different groups, then you can start working out how to use them best. But you can't do that until you've seen the results of safety and efficacy. And when you see that, you can then start to judge what impact that's going to have. But clearly, the aim of vaccination is to try to take most of the load of the infection spread onto the vaccine in order to be able to release other measures. And that's got to be an aim that we would all wish for. And that's why so many companies around the world are working on vaccines and why there's been such remarkable progress.
And that's why we have to keep the disease alive until the vaccine comes along. Because until we get the vaccine, we can't get the chip out.
Anything like this time.
That's the problem.
At least 5 years.
We need to culminate the whole thing. The chip needs to get on there. How are we going to get a chip on it at the same time?
Well, I mean, I really hope that we do make progress with vaccines. I'm wonderful that Patrick is so optimistic, if I can put it that way, about them. But we can't, Jane, in my view, rely on that. We've got to keep going. It may happen. We're working flat out to ensure it does. But
isn't Boris Johnson just the best prime minister I've got at this time, eh? He knows how to say it all, doesn't he?
You asked the same question everybody really is asking. Should we just go back into another national lockdown and then possibly have another one after that and another one after that? And I think that really would be economically, socially, psychologically really very damaging and difficult for the country. We all remember what it was like in March and April. There were lots of costs, particularly costs to kids who were kept out of school. There's a big social injustice. There's damage to people's mental health. To say nothing of the economic consequences of that kind of lockdown. So that's not why we're going for that approach. We do think that the local measures are right, and I repeat my gratitude to local leadership across the country, people who are helping to get the R down, get the virus down in their neighbourhoods, in their amongst their electorates, and we've seen plenty of great local leadership, and that's what we're going to continue with. We're going to continue to work with people across the country, but it depends on all of us. That it's down to all of us really to follow the guidance. Hands, face, space. Do we haven't said that yet in this press conference. Hands, face, space. Do the essential stuff that makes sense. Take a test if you have symptoms. Self-isolate if you're contacted by NHS. Test and trace. That's the way we can do it together. We can get the R down, keep kids in school, keep our schools open, and keep our economy moving and bounce back more strongly. And the package that we've outlined today is about doing just that, keeping our economy moving, keeping jobs, supporting jobs and livelihoods throughout the pandemic. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
The Prime Minister bringing to an end this latest Downing Street briefing, defending his strategy of avoiding another national lockdown and instead introducing tiered restrictions across the country. Listening into that was our political correspondent Jess Parker, who's at Westminster for us. Jess, what stood out for you there?
It's really interesting because right at the top of the Downing Street press conference there, Boris Johnson talked about clear signs that collective action is working, and if people follow the guidance, then we can get that R number, that crucial R number down.
I've got a job today.
Potentially behind that is there have been a lot of questions this week about, okay, this area, that area getting into tier 2.
There's jobs around at the moment.
Course, like Liverpool,
There's loads of jobs around if you want one at the moment.
How do they get out? And the
Just become a coronavirus advisor. That's why I'm calling you, because you got coronavirus.
Probably just trying to.
I'm a coronavirus advisor now.
If they stick
you got to self-isolate for 14 days.
There is hope going forward.
That's it. And you have to grass up all your mates that you've been with as well. You've got to spill the beans in who you've been with.
What did you make of the distinction that he drew between the row that was going on with Northern leaders, and most specifically Andy Burnham earlier this week?
Not tell me. On
today, he was asked about the timing and why this offer from the Chancellor be made so late? And he said, well, that was about fairness between metro mayors. This is about a national issue.
Yeah, and I think some people will pick that apart a little bit, and the Greater Manchester Labour Mayor, Andy Burnham, of course, has been expressing his anger today that some of the measures that were announced will be...
See, I got a job finally then.
Health areas like Greater Manchester weren't made clearer to him and other local leaders earlier in the week, because that would have made something...
You're not going to comply, right?
But Boris Johnson trying to defend the strategy, again, as you say, saying it's about fairness behind
I've got a job finally.
Pretty messy with Greater Manchester. The government was arguing it couldn't give more help to one area than to another. And then laying out today this scheme, they're saying that a lot of it applies on a national basis. So really defending that approach, and more broadly, as we were hearing as well, defending this approach of regional restrictions, not wanting, as Boris Johnson has put it before, to let the virus let rip, but also national lockdown because of the damage that. But of course, taking this regional approach, trying, not always succeeding, to get buy-in from local leaders, has led to some messy and pretty public rows over the last couple of weeks.
And Jess, what is the feeling about the fact that the Chancellor is having to come back within a month of his winter rescue plan to lay out these further measures?
Yeah, well, I think Rishi Sunak was asked about that, wasn't he? Because there's a suggestion of why didn't he see this coming? The government's defence on this is that it's a very changeable situation and they are adapting as they go. I thought it was quite interesting as well, though. It seems an obvious point, but clearly today what the government has announced to is spending more money, even more money than they were spending before. And one of the questions that consistently gets asked is, how is this going to be paid for? Boris Johnson did acknowledge that it's right to keep the economy going, as he put it, but we are going to have to pay the money back. Now, as I say, seems like an obvious point, but it is interesting to hear the Prime Minister acknowledge that they could be paying down the line in terms of trying to foot the bill for the enormous sums of money that are being spent.
Okay. Thanks very much indeed. That's Jessica Parker there, our political correspondent in Westminster. Well, I'm joined in the studio now by our correspondent Anna Collinson. Anna, the Chief Scientific Advisor, Sir Patrick Balance, gave a lot of information about exactly what the virus, the prevalence of the virus. Just run us through it.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, Boris Conference dismissing calls that have been made about allowing the virus to sort of run its course, saying it would be able to protect the elderly or the vulnerable, and it could lead to thousands more deaths. Also dismissing those who called for a national lockdown, saying that it could have serious psychological and financial damage. Nations across the country, some areas of the country would benefit from it, there's lots of parts of the country that wouldn't. So basically he's called his tiered system a very balanced approach, particularly as there are these variations. But while coronavirus cases, hospitalizations and deaths are rising, PM claims there are signs that what has been put in place is working. So yeah, as you mentioned, the Chief Scientific Advisor to the government, Patrick Balance, has shown us a series of slides. So we could just go through a few of them. The first one is an estimate.
Do we have a percentage of mum and dad spending on wine? Or spending on alcohol? We call it wine, I suppose. We call it wine.
As you should be able to
Make it
see,
simple.
there was a big dip over
Percentage
the
of mum
summer,
and dad
as we moved
spending
closer to the winter. Infections
wine
have
again.
started to rise again. Cases have risen from 312,000 between that and 362,000 in the week between the 20th of September and the 8th of October. Now, we're going to get some new figures from the Office for National Statistics tomorrow regarding infections, which will give us an even clearer picture. But Patrick Valence said that we should expect to see that trend continue. Now, the next slide, this shows the number of patients admitted to hospital with COVID on a daily basis in the UK, and that starts in September. And that yellow bar, that marks a month ago. And as you can see, there is now an upwards trend towards 1,000. Now, it's very likely, again, that this trend will continue for at least a few weeks, because as cases are rising, this often takes around a week or so to translate into hospitalizations, and then from there, that can go into cases that, unfortunately, in some situations, lead to death. There's also a similar trend with patients in hospital with COVID in the UK, and that's now at around nearly 7,000. And finally, this final slide we're going to have a look at is the R number, or the reproduction number, and that's stretches back to April. Now, the R number is linked to the growth rate of the epidemic. If it goes above 1, it means the virus is growing. So the aim is always to keep it below 1. An update is announced tomorrow, but currently the number is between 1.3 and 1.5. And this means 10 people in the UK will infect between 13 and 15 others. And as you can see, it was very flat over the summer, meaning the epidemic shrank. But as the measures were relaxed, it started creeping up again. Patrick Vallance was keen to point out that the R number is still half of the natural R, which would be around 3, and he's praised people for the measures that have been put in place to stop that R number growing, things like social distancing, wearing masks. But as I say, he says the epidemic is still growing, doubling between 14 to 18 days currently.
Thank you for all of that. Thank you very much indeed. That's Anna Collins, our health correspondent. Well, as we've been hearing, the Chancellor Rishi Sunak has announced changes to the job support scheme. It will now pay nearly half a worker's wages instead of 22%, and also grants of up to £2,100 for firms in a high coronavirus alert level areas in England. So it comes as Stoke-on-Trent, Coventry and Slough, the latest areas of England to be moved to the high coronavirus alert level. How has that gone down with people struggling to run businesses? Well, here now from Trish O'Brien, who's the manager of the Orange Tree Pub in Chelmsford, and also Joe Curran, who's the Queen's Head Pub in Soho. Both of them are in Tier 2 areas, and also Anne King.
My new job, isn't it? My new job. Are you going to do good singing so that you might have coronavirus?
So, good afternoon to you all, and thank you for
You'll get tested now. That's the next step.
Press briefing.
You'll get tracked and traced and isolated.
First of all, to Trish. So you are going into the Tier 2 restrictions. What do you think of the support that the Chancellor has announced today?
It's very welcome, actually, because it was quite worrying. I mean, since we went to a curfew at 10 o'clock, and business has obviously suffered a little bit. But now with this one household per table, obviously we're going to suffer a bit more. So this is quite welcome, actually, this funding that he's announced today.
So have you been in touch with people who would normally come to you? Do you detect a nervousness about coming out? How are your customers feeling?
Oh, 100%, yeah. Footfall has gone down enormously, and especially since the numbers of COVID have been rising. So you can almost predict that it will happen every time there's been a surge in cases. Yes, we have less people coming in. I mean, most people come to the pub, they come with friends, that's all fallen away now, because if you're not in the same household, you can't sit at the same table. So I think a lot of people are staying at home now. Maybe that's it, really, just not coming out.
And that's very difficult for you. Anne King, so you run the, how do you pronounce it? Is it Glost or Glost? Glost, thank you. The Glost House Cafe Bar in Longton. So you're going into Tier 2. How do you feel about that?
Nervous. It was something we sort of had half expect.
Hello, Anne.
Hello?
Yeah, no, keep going. We've got you back now.
What we tend to find.
I am sorry, Anne. I'll just wait a little bit. I'll put a question to Joe, and we'll try and come back to you. Joe Curran, you own the Queen's Head Pub in Soho. How helpful is this new scheme going to be to you?
The two parts of it are going to help our business and our employees. So we'll be able to keep some. It will change the futures of some of our employees who we have already given notice to that their employment with us would come to an end, and now it looks like they may be able to stay on through November as we wait for trading conditions to improve.
So that's very good news to people who were expecting perhaps to lose their jobs. They now may not.
Absolutely. We've had a few phone calls today with some individuals, and we'll speak to them more later this evening. And it will make a massive impact to their lives heading into November and December without a job. It's very daunting, and I've had some texts from stressed staff, and so we can be able to alleviate some of that stress. The grants for us, we missed out on the first round of grants because our business rates were over the threshold for the grants. So this is the first cash that's going to arrive to our business. We've had some relief in terms of the business rates and been able to access the bounce back loan. But this is the first time sort of cash has arrived to help us with our fixed costs that's not going to turn into a debt that we have to pay off in the next future years. So this is some good news for the business. It's been a very hard week since last week when we got the put into tier 2. It was devastating, and then we could have done with the news at the same time as we started making the changes to our business last week.
You feel it's come late?
It's been a very hard week to sort of look at the sales figures come in over the weekend, and sales halved from Friday to Saturday, and you're thinking, what is the future? And then this relief package has come a week later. That said, I can't complain compared to the areas you've been talking about in the north, where they've been waiting for weeks.
Trish, can I go back to you? How cooperative have people been when they come to your pub and you're asking them to adhere to the rules? Are people happy to play along?
Yes, they are. They're very good, actually. They know the stress that staff is under with the table service and everything we have to do to adhere to the rules, and they're very adaptable. Actually, they're really supportive, really good. We have the odd few who come in and just behave as if nothing's going on, But when you talk to them and explain to them, you really have to stick to the rules, they just do it. They are, and people want to stick to the rules as well. You find that if someone's sitting at a table and somebody else comes in and there are people that they know and they just jolly up and want to sit with them, they'll say, no, we're all sitting here. You can't actually sit here. They like to stick to the rules. They do stick to the rules. And I think it's the case of everybody wants to be safe. Nobody wants to get infected. And if this stops the spread, then they'll stick rigidly to it, They're very good.
Okay, thank you. And Anne, I think we've got you back now. So you're going into tier 2. What do you, so you welcome this help that the Chancellor is giving you, but I suppose there's the question about what your customers will think and whether they will in fact want to come.
That's it. Every time we see you and them, we automatically see a drop in trade, whether that affects our area or not. We are going to see a big difference, I think, over the coming days. We took full use of phone.
Sorry, there's a way we're doing our best with your line. It just really isn't working. I'm so sorry. I wonder if I can just bring in Joe Curran again for one more question. Joe, I mean, your pub is in Soho, in the centre of London. It's been in tier 2 restrictions since last Saturday. What effect have those restrictions had in the last few days?
They've devastated the business. If you walk around the area, the pubs are empty. This is now looking really grim for looking forward to the winter. Pubs, we're hearing about pubs that are considering shuttering up again. There just isn't enough trade to support these pubs. That had a brutal effect. I was surprised. It sounded like the government was surprised about the effect that the level 2 was going to have.
It's very interesting because we've spoken before during the restrictions, and you have previously sounded more upbeat. You're sounding much more somber today.
Just in terms of the trade levels, I did not expect the trade to drop in the numbers that they had, and then having gone around spoken to some of the other operators, we talk about sales figures and numbers that come through the door, and it's really not good. We're hoping, we're always optimistic that that people will react. And we saw after the 10 o'clock curfew, the first weekend was awful. Then sort of people did start to change their social habits, come out a little bit earlier. And maybe if people can't meet their friends in pubs, maybe it is still nice to go and enjoy a drink with your housemate in a pub. And it's not going to be as many people. Maybe, just being in the house for that long during the cold winter nights will be a bit boring. So maybe people will come out. But we were shocked by the sales this weekend.
Well, we wish you all the best. That's Joe Curran, the owner of the Queen's Head Pub in Soho, and also Trish O'Brien, the manager of the Orange Tree Pub in Chelmsford. Thank you both very much. Now, attempts to find out why people from minority ethnic groups are more likely to die from COVID-19 shouldn't focus entirely on race, according to a scientist advising the government on ethnicity. Dr. Raghib Ali says that focusing on factors including obesity and housing would help more people. Our community affairs correspondent Adina Campbell.
This is my late brother and myself.
Remembering his brother 6 months on since he died of coronavirus.
As a family, we think as a hospital or government could do a bit more after my brother passed away.
Dr. Peter Tunn was a specialist in neurological rehabilitation at the Royal Berkshire Hospital in Reading. His family says he had concerns about the lack of PPE while at work and died in April after catching the virus. An investigation into his death is ongoing, and the Royal Berkshire NHS Foundation Trust says it's waiting for the results of the report. Today, the government has published new findings on COVID disparities and given more details about how it's going to improve health outcomes for people from ethnic minority backgrounds. They include recording ethnicity on death certificates in England as a way of tracking which groups are more at risk. It's also going to spend £25 million on a new community champion scheme to help protect the most vulnerable, and workplace risk assessments for everyone to improve health conditions and reduce the number of deaths.
So why are people from ethnic minorities more at risk of dying from coronavirus? They're more likely to live in poorer areas with limited access to the healthcare they need. And because of this, they may be in shared housing, meaning there's a greater chance of catching the virus. And we know people from disadvantaged backgrounds are more likely to have underlying health conditions linked to higher coronavirus death rates.
But one government advisor who's just been appointed to look at this issue more closely says we shouldn't solely concentrate on ethnicity.
Look at the actual risk factors causing it. Look at their housing, their deprivation, their occupation, etc. And then you'll capture everybody.
How do you hope this report will reassure those communities?
Deprivation is one of the risk factors which we have taken into account. We're doing this across the population for those people that we believe are vulnerable. I think that we have a responsibility to show that they're not being left behind. And as a Black woman, that's something that I've personally taken an interest in.
For those who've lost loved ones, today's report has come too late. But the hope is it could help other families avoid similar tragedies. Adina Campbell, BBC News.
Right, two pieces of news to bring you that we've just had in. First of all, the daily coronavirus figures. They show that there were 180 deaths recorded in the last 24-hour period. That's down from 191 the day before. And there were 21,242 new infections recorded on today, and that is compared to 26,688 the day before. So a drop of several hundred thousand in terms of new infections. And there's also news that's come in from the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, who has added several areas, several countries to the safe travel list from England from October 25th. Oh, you can see it there. So he says that the Maldives, Denmark and the Greek island of Mykonos have been added to the travel corridors list, which means that you will no longer need to self-isolate and quarantine if you arrive from those destinations from Sunday, the 25th of October. Well, as we've been hearing, firms who are not legally required to close, such as those in Tier 2 areas like Birmingham and Coventry, will get additional subsidies to pay workers. Our correspondent Phil Mackey is in Coventry.
So today's announcement from the Chancellor will be really good news for businesses, especially in the hospitality sector here in Birmingham, which is in Tier 2, which have been really struggling and were concerned as the furlough scheme came to an end, what kind of support they were going to get. They're going to get a lot more, and that will really, really help. But also we've heard today that other parts of the West Midlands, Coventry in particular, is going into Tier 2 restrictions. And we know that the numbers are still steadily going up. Not as bad as they are for the north, but there is a steady rise. I've got Andy Singh with me, who is from the West Midlands. Andy, what was your reaction to
Yeah, well, I'm very pleased with today's announcement from the Chancellor. When we went into Tier 2 last week, we knew it would make a real difference to the hospitality businesses here. So we were very quick to say to the Chancellor, there's got to be more support. And the two particular things we were talking about, discretionary grants and, of course, a more generous job support scheme, both have come through.
You were quite critical of the government because it hadn't announced that, and it suddenly happened. Andy Vernon, your counterpart up in Manchester, has said, why couldn't we have known this a bit earlier? So why has this suddenly happened now?
I think, to be fair, it's a very fast-changing situation. When the Chancellor announced his winter economy plan, he didn't expect cities like London and Birmingham to be at this Tier 2 level of restrictions. But they have moved quickly once the case was made, and they've listened to the voice of hospitality across the country.
And it's a really big, important part of the city, isn't it? We've got more Michelin stars in Birmingham than any other city outside London. A lot of those businesses are threatened with closure. Some might not have been able to reopen at all. Do you think this is enough to save those businesses?
I do think this will make a genuine difference. Won't change the fundamental point about the level of patronage they've got coming through, given the restrictions. Just to explain for those in the rest of the country, if you're in a Tier 2 area, people from outside your own household can't meet you in a pub or a restaurant. So that really does dent their businesses. But there is practical financial support here that we hope will help them through until we can return to normal.
And I did mention at the start, figures are still going up across the West Midlands, not massively rapidly, but they haven't started to even plateau yet. Is there a point where Birmingham goes into Tier 3?
It's a could be answer to that. To be really clear, there are no current intentions for any part of the West Midlands to move into Tier 3. But if the numbers do continue to rise, of course, that will have to be considered with government. So my message to anyone in the West Midlands would be follow all of the rules as fiercely as you can to prevent us going into Tier 3.
Thanks very much, Andy. And I think what I've heard, not just from Andy, but from some of the council leaders as well, is a frustration that those numbers are going up. We saw outbreaks at universities, they're beginning to come down. But elsewhere in cities and outside cities, the numbers are going up, they fear, because people just have become blasé maybe about some of the restrictions and aren't obeying those basic instructions to wash your hands, maintain social distance. That would see figures come down, hopefully, by Christmas, so that there may be a chance of some relaxation.
That's the BBC's Phil Mackey. Now, the idea of a normal Christmas is fiction, and Scots should prepare for digital celebrations. That's according to the National Clinical Director, Jason Leach. Professor Leach told BBC Scotland there was absolutely no question of a normal Christmas being allowed, and he said that people should get their digital Christmas ready. The government has insisted that the latest COVID-19 restrictions are having an impact on the spread of the virus. The Prime Minister has said that there are clear signs that our collective actions are working when it comes to tackling COVID-19. Speaking at the Downing Street press conference a short while ago, he reiterated the importance of adhering to restrictions alongside further support for the economy that the Chancellor announced today.
I know that there are some people who say this economic objective is so important that we should stop all measures to control the virus and stop restrictions of any kind on our social lives and on the way we run our businesses. We can't do that because, alas, the maths is inescapable. We would face many thousands more deaths, and no, to answer one commonly posed question, we would not be able to insulate the elderly and the vulnerable, not in a society with so many multi-generational households. No country has been able to do that. And an uncontrolled expansion in the number of COVID patients would mean that the NHS would have even less capacity to treat heart patients and cancer patients and to deal with all our other medical needs. So that's why we reject that extreme laissez-faire approach. And then there are others who say, on the contrary, that we need now to lock the whole country from John O'Groats to Land's End, turn the lights out, shut up shop, close schools and universities, and go back to the same kind of lockdown we had in March and April and May. And I have to say, I don't believe that is the right course now. Not when the psychological cost of lockdown is well known to us, the economic cost, and not when it's being suggested that we might have to perform the same sort of brutal lockdowns again and again in the months ahead. And not when there is such an obvious variation, unlike last time, between different parts of the country. So that's why we're going for a balanced approach, a middle course between the Scylla of another national lockdown and the Charybdis of an uncontrolled virus. A regional and local approach, the same approach that is now being followed by some of the countries that are most successful in their fights against the virus. And so to all those who are enduring these restrictions and who have been enduring them for so long in all parts of the country, I want to repeat my thanks for your bravery, for your patience and your public spiritedness. And I repeat, there are clear signs that our collective actions are working. Yes, the reproduction rate of the virus is above 1, but thanks to the efforts of people of all ages in following the guidance and the rules, the R is about half its natural rate. And if we follow the guidance together and follow the rules, then we can get it done.
Prime Minister speaking a little earlier at the Downing Street press conference. Since that press conference has been over, we've had our daily update of the figures for anyone who missed it. The UK recorded 180 deaths on Thursday. That's down from 191 the previous day. And the cases are also down more significantly. 21,242 cases recorded today compared to 26,688 the day before. So that is down by about 5,000 cases. George Alagai will be next with the news at 6. In the meantime, you've been watching a BBC News special. Good evening. Boris Johnson has said that changes to the programme which replaces furlough next month is aimed at keeping as many people in work as possible this winter. The alterations to the job support scheme allow employees to work fewer hours to qualify for government support, and companies can make smaller contributions towards hours not worked. Speaking at this afternoon's Downing Street press conference, the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, said the package of support was one of the most generous in the world. Our economics correspondent Andy Verity reports.
A normally busy restaurant area under Tier 2 restrictions. The outlets here may be open, but it's so quiet. Many are struggling to survive on a fraction of their normal income. In Sturtsley in the West Midlands, this once bustling microbrewery normally sells barrels to pubs, which under the new restrictions aren't buying like they used to. It's trying to adapt by selling cans directly to customers, but its income has been tanking.
As soon as we sort of started to see things beginning to return to normal, after return to profitability, where Birmingham was designated a Tier 2 area, and those our revenue was hit massively.
Restaurants like this one in Tier 2 or Tier 3 areas have a problem. They can't claim on the scheme that pays 2/3 of wages because they're not legally required to shut. But because of the rule that says 2 households can't mix indoors, they're seeing a sharp drop in business, which makes it harder and harder to keep their staff on.
Yes.
After businesses and unions warned many firms could go under, the Chancellor Rishi Sunak met business leaders today to announce yet another change to the government's job support schemes.
I've always said that we'll adapt and evolve our support as the health situation changes, and that's clearly what's happened over the past few weeks. We're seeing areas move into tier 2 restrictions, and that's having a particular impact on hospitality businesses, which is why we're keen to support those businesses with extra cash grants and a more generous job support scheme, helping them keep those employees in work.
The job support scheme announced a month ago helps firms who cut the hours staff work rather than letting them go by topping up wages. Previously, the government paid a third of the hours not worked. Now the government will pay 62% of hours not worked, with employers only paying 5%. Under the scheme announced a month ago, staff would have to work at least a third of their normal hours. Now they'll only have to work a fifth of normal hours, or 1 day a week. The government's critics say it should have happened much sooner.
Last quarter, we saw a record rise in redundancies. The Chancellor could have done much more if he had acted sooner. And now we see yet another last-minute move.
In Manchester, it's not seen as a coincidence. The support for businesses suddenly improves after London goes into tier 2 restrictions.
Why now? Why has it taken London to go into tier 2? For tier 2 support to become a national issue? I mean, that's the question, isn't it?
Is the government's fourth change to business support schemes in as many months, and a tacit admission the job support scheme announced less than a month ago didn't balance enough government support against the financial damage done by antivirus measures. In the economic fallout of the pandemic, the facts have changed. The government's changed its mind. Andy Verity, BBC News.
The NHS test and trace system in England has recorded its lowest weekly success rate since it began in May. In the 7 days up to the 14th of October, fewer than 60% of the close contacts of people who tested positive for COVID-19 were reached, and only 15% of those tested at local and regional testing sites received their result within 24 hours. Downing Street has confirmed that it's holding talks with officials in Nottinghamshire and West Yorkshire about moving the regions into the highest tier of coronavirus. It comes as more parts of the country face tougher measures. The Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, told MPs that Stoke-on-Trent, Coventry and Slough will move into the high coronavirus level on Saturday.
Today, I'd like to update the House on some further changes that we're making. Unfortunately, we're seeing rising rates of infection in Stoke-on-Trent, in Coventry and in Slough. In all of these areas, there are over 100 positive cases per 100,000 people. Cases are doubling around every fortnight, and we're seeing a concerning increase of cases among the over 60s. So we've agreed in partnership with local leaders to move these areas into the high local alert level, coming into force at 1 minute past midnight on Saturday. The central change is that people cannot now meet other households socially indoors. This applies in any setting, at home or in a restaurant or any other venue. The rule of 6 still applies to any outdoor setting. And although you may continue to travel to open venues, you should reduce the number of journeys where possible. I'd like to thank local leaders in these areas for the work that they've done, for their cooperation, and I can assure the people of Stoke-on-Trent, of Coventry and of Slough that we'll support you all the way through, including with the business support that the Chancellor announced earlier today for all areas with a high local alert level. And we're also formally beginning discussions with Warrington about moving into the very high alert level due to a continuing rise in cases there.
That was the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, in the Commons a little bit earlier. Now, moving away from coronavirus, a judge in New York has made public hundreds of pages of a testimony given by the British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell 4 years ago when she was questioned about her dealings with the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The billionaire took his own life last year. Ghislaine Maxwell is currently awaiting trial, accused of helping Epstein recruit and groom underage girls, charges that she denies. Earlier, my colleague Jane Hill spoke to our correspondent Neda Tawfik, who's been reading the testimony.
This was from a deposition that Ghislaine Maxwell gave in April of 2016, which actually was part of a defamation suit that Virginia Giuffre had launched against her. Now, Virginia Giuffre had said that she was hired and recruited by Maxwell to give Epstein massages after she had worked at the Mar-a-Lago resort in Palm Beach, Florida. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell has denied that, and she took issue with the numerous comments that Virginia Giuffre made in the press. So this lawsuit really dealt with these defamation claims. Now, there has been a years-long fight to have this deposition released, and a judge agreed that it was in the interest of the public, given the nature of the charges against Jeffrey Epstein, to really see what Ghislaine Maxwell said happened and what details she was put forward in this deposition. Now, she had argued that that would hurt her criminal case currently underway. She's awaiting a July trial here in New York on those charges that she mentioned. But ultimately, the judge did not agree with that, and this deposition hasn't been made public, with even fighting as late as last night over certain redactions of people's names in this deposition.
And I mean, all of that, everything you said just reminds us, sitting here in the UK, how different the legal system can be in the US versus this country. But I suppose this is now documentation that will be out there. People can read it, I suppose, online in newspapers, and it will be pored over.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a very lengthy document, more than 400 pages. And we've been going through it, and really, Ghislaine Maxwell in this document dodges many of the questions. She really says that she never witnessed any inappropriate underage activity between Jeffrey Epstein and anyone. She says everything that she witnessed was a part of working to really manage his estates, and that she would often hire massage therapists, gardeners, pool people to manage the estate, but again, that she never witnessed or hired anyone that was underage. This deposition, though, really does go into very specific detail. Again, Ghislaine Maxwell dodging a lot of the questions, but we are going through this as quickly as we can to go through and get a bigger picture of what else this may reveal. Again, it is this document that really was the basis of the perjury claims that prosecutors put through in their criminal trial.
That's the voice of Nader Tawfik speaking a little earlier to Jane. Now, Donald Trump and Joe Biden will share the stage tonight for the final presidential debate before Election Day on November the 3rd. To discuss this is the former Republican strategist Seth Weathers. He worked on the 2016 campaign, and I'm also joined by the Democrat strategist Maura Keefe. Hello to you both. Thanks so much for joining us on BBC News. Seth Weathers, first of all, the president has got a lot of work to do, hasn't he? He's trailing in those polls.
Well, he's trailing in the polls in some cases less than he was in 2016, so I don't think that's necessarily the concern itself. He needs to fire up the base, and he needs to fire up independents and get everyone to turn out and vote. And if you look at some Trafalgar polling that was very accurate in 2016, you are seeing essentially the same thing this year, which is showing him winning Pennsylvania and other states that will put him over 270 electoral votes, which means he will, again, retain the presidency.
Maura Keefe, Joe Biden has had a relatively comfortable lead for quite some time, but a lot of people have said that's partly because he hasn't been exposed very much to public view, and here he is in the glare of publicity tonight in this debate. What do you see as the challenges for him?
Well, I think he hasn't been exposed to public view is probably not right. He's been in public life a long time, 8 years as vice president. People know him. They like him. There couldn't be a clearer contrast with Donald Trump. Joe Biden is somebody who empathizes with American families, understands where they come from. He has a plan for the future. And frankly, re-election campaigns are a referendum on the incumbent. And with 12 days left, Donald Trump has not made the case for his own re-election because he's failed on coronavirus, he's failed on the economy, he's failed in this moment of racial justice reckoning in the country. And so it's very high stakes for Donald Trump tonight.
You make the point that the country knows Joe Biden. Indeed, of course, he has been in US politics for a very long time, but this is the first time that he's running for president. And he has been bedeviled, hasn't he, by verbal stumbles, the occasional gaffe.
Well, he's in hiding right now.
I'm putting that to Maura, actually. Sorry, I'll bring you in, Seth. Maura.
I don't think anybody can compare to Donald Trump when it comes to verbal stumbles and gaffes. So Joe Biden is the leader that America needs right now. He's shown that throughout this campaign. There will be a clear choice on the stage tonight. Joe Biden will put out his view of the future of this country. Donald Trump has yet to do that. He has yet to make the case for his own reelection. His is a presidency of failure, and it's a presidency of chaos.
Seth, I will just let you answer that. He's yet to make the case for his own re-election.
I think he's been making the case very strongly. We've gone through a global pandemic, and unemployment's already back down to 7%, roughly. It was at the lowest it had been in American history for blacks, Hispanics, women, any other minority you can name during his presidency pre-corona. So to just claim that that's not a successful economy is pretty incredible. And as to Joe Biden being what America needs, it seems that Joe Biden has been what China and other nations need, which is the recent release of today's emails and text messages show that he was, in fact, receiving a percentage of money from his son's overseas dealings.
But Seth, is the president not potentially enormously vulnerable when it comes to coronavirus, with so many Americans dead, himself contracting the virus, a lot of his staff in the White House also contracting the virus? Isn't this likely to play against him?
They all recovered, as do most people.
But does it not suggest that they weren't taking it seriously?
Are you saying that the people that have died from coronavirus did not take it seriously, and that's why they were dead?
No, I'm suggesting that people in the White House and around the president, around the president.
So because they received it, they weren't taking it seriously, but other people that died from it were?
No, I'm suggesting that the president has mishandled the coronavirus epidemic because there have been so many deaths, and along with that, he himself has contracted the virus, as have many people around him in the White House. And I'm asking you whether you don't fear that these will play against him.
He's the president of the United States. He did not go sit in a basement during this time. He had to be out there. He's the leader of the free world, and it was not a position for him to be hiding in a basement. Perhaps if he was in private life, he could have played it a little safer for himself personally. But you also look at the fact of what he did versus what Biden and the Democrats recommended. He put the travel ban in place in February when the Democrats called it xenophobic, racist, and everything else they could think of. And that prevented potentially millions of deaths by shutting off Chinese travel at the time. No one gives him credit for that, and they said that he didn't do enough at this point in the stage, whereas Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, others were saying, hey, don't worry about it. Go to major crowds. She went to Chinatown and did major TV events telling people, come on down and say what the president's saying right now is xenophobic. That's what the Democrats are doing. No one wants to talk about that, but in February, when the president was putting a travel ban, Nancy Pelosi was standing on the streets of Chinatown saying it's safe. The president's being xenophobic by putting this in place.
Maura, how do you answer that?
Well, let me answer with what the president's doing right now, which is he's going around the country holding these super spreader events. We've seen spikes in infection rates when he has these big events with people maskless. He doesn't take care of himself, his family, his staff, but more importantly, he doesn't take care of the American people. His policy is dangerous. His personal behavior is dangerous, and he's been a failure on this.
Let me bring this back to the debate tonight, because it's so interesting that so many people have already voted by mail-in ballots, what we call postal voting here. 40 million is the latest figure. Does that alter the importance of tonight's debate, do you think? Seth first, then Maura. Seth Weathers.
Yeah, I think that, obviously more people have voted early than they typically would at this stage of the election. Now, however, from what we're seeing, the majority of the people that are voting now are not necessarily new voters. They're people that are typically going to vote at one time or another. They've just chosen to vote early. So it appears that a lot of the undecideds have not voted as much as the people that are strongly Republican or strongly Democrat. So I think the debate is very important for that aspect, because I think you've got a lot of undecideds and independents tuning in tonight that have not yet made a decision, or they're on the ropes of where they're going to go with it. So I think it will be impactful, and I think we'll see a very presidential President Trump tonight. I think it'll be a little more tampered than, say, the first debate. I think he'll make a very good closing argument to the American people.
Well, why do you think that? Why do you think he'll be more presidential?
Well, because I think the last one was a little more aggressive, and if you'll notice something about President Trump, he typically goes, if he's a little more aggressive on one day, he might tamper it down a little bit the next day. And so I think if you watch his presentations over time, you'll notice that, and that's what I would expect for tonight. And it's the closing argument.
Okay. Maura, the same question to you really about the fact that there have been so many mail-in ballots already, about 40 million. Does that alter the balance of tonight's debate?
Well, in the spirit of bipartisanship, I'm going to agree with Seth on this one and say that I do think that the voters who are left are undecided and persuadable voters tuning in tonight. And so I think it's really important, and I think it's high stakes for President Trump, as I've said. I don't expect to see a different President Trump. I don't think we ever get a different President Trump. He's like a Russian nesting doll, and open it up and just keep getting other versions of himself. And the closer we get to election day, we're going to get the same, racial division,
judge me,
the same posting, the same dissembling, the same attacks. Instead of presenting to the American people what you're going to do to tackle the coronavirus, to get the economy back on track, and what your plans are for the next 4 years.
So you started
off judgment. If you want me, you only judge back the same measure. So if you want to judge him as a fake wrestler, but you can't judge me as a fake wrestler. He can't do that.
Well, the debate takes place at Belmont University.
But God can turn around and say, Grinder, you are a fake wrestler. He can do that. God can do that.
Tomorrow morning our time.
God can turn around and do that. He's Lord. God can do that.
Expert analysis. And that's at bbc.co.uk/news, or also on the BBC News app. Time now for a look at the weather. Here is Darren Bett.
Hello there. There's still a lot of cloud around for Scotland and Northern England. We have seen some breaks out during into this evening. We've got some patchy rain affecting eastern Scotland.
Thank you.
You can see some patchy rain.
I say the way of life, and you can be me. The rest of that is true. The rest of it is one who put the hat on with fake breads and only bang with mine. Yeah, it's true as well. It's true as well. Yeah.
Where we have some clearer skies for a while, we'll be down 4 or 5 degrees. Cloud amounts will be increasing. This rain band don't last long in Northern Ireland. Patchy rain running.
There's many different types, right? Especially with this modern way of living that we live in London. Like you say, the soul to soul is a Rastafari movement thing. It is really. That's what it is. It's like London, London reggae music in a way. Soul to soul.
It's quite windy, especially on Saturday, but we'll see a band of rain followed by sunshine and showers on Sunday.
Time for the sport now, and for a full roundup from the BBC Sports Centre, here is Ollie West.
Many thanks indeed, Rita. Lots of rugby union news about today. England's match against the Barbarians at Twickenham on Sunday could be.
I think I've calmed down that mad dance. That mad dance got out of control a bit. I think if I listen to my new stuff, let's listen to the new stuff. Turn this on. I like the Glory Now album, by the way. Oh, right, David, you haven't heard of that, have you? Or have you? Did you hear the audition? Did you manage to audition all the tracks? Jesus track being my favourite. The Jesus track. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what it is. I just make the names up while I'm doing it. I don't know what's what. How much is it? It's 30 quid actually. Could have made it a bit cheaper, maybe. Might have sold a few more copies, but maybe one day I'll sell a lot of copies. Maybe some people might give you 100 for it. It's up there now, isn't it? You can actually buy one track off this for £1. They're £1 each, and you can actually buy one track off the album if you want to. I don't mind if people want to do that. It doesn't bother me. I'm not worried if people want to buy the whole thing or not, or whatever. It's up to them, isn't it? But you can get the whole album. There's 38 tracks for 30 quid, which is it's not too bad. I thought they'd round it to 30 quid because there's 8 free tracks in, and, you know. Some people said if you made it 20 quid, I'd pay for it, but I don't know. I'd try the experiments, see how it works, and see how it goes. One session this was. There might have been 2 sessions or 3, I don't know. I'm not really sure. Can't really quite remember. The large majority of them made on the last night, I'm sure of that. It says, I get all my pennies together, I might just get it. Oh, right, okay, thanks, man. What kind of things have you been up to recently? Well, apart from that, nothing much, really. Nothing much, really. Falling out with MC Grinder, that was alright. Doesn't bother me if you let your other one talk to me. Doesn't bother me. I'm not frightened of MC Grinder at all. I'm not frightened of the Karma neither. Because I didn't start nothing, he did, and he's got to remember that. He started by the judgments, and as he started the judgments, I hope he can handle the judgments when they come flying back at him. That's all I can hope, because that's what will happen anyway in the game of gossip. That's what will happen, and he's got paranoid schizophrenia as well. I worked that out as well. So my next video is obviously going to be a paranoid schizophrenic one for him, I suppose. kind of things you've been up to recently? Is that what the last time I read was? I haven't been up to much, really. I haven't been up to much. What does the title of the stream mean, man? Got to leave that for the big thinkers to work it out. I have to leave that for the big thinkers to work it out. I can't be revealing everything. I can't reveal everything. I can't reveal exactly why I call something what I do. I mean, that would just totally give away the secret of how paranoid schizophrenic stuff works. It depends, I mean, you know, if you want to give your secrets away, or if you want to let the man be hit by himself, let the man hit himself, innit? I mean, don't need to beat him up for him, do we? Or do we? Let the man do his own beating. I mean, why just worry about I mean, what are we gonna do? I don't know. I mean, that's the question of the day. What do we do with the guy? I mean, can't give him a job after this. I mean, what's he done? I mean, as far as I can tell, he's Mr. Pussyhole Sound Bootleg, MC Bootleg. That's what I worked out what his new name was. That's what I worked out the new name. Pussyhole Sound MC Bootleg. And that's his new name. And that's what I can work it out to be. And that's how we'll leave it, shall we? Half you guys, you can probably get known as that as well, isn't it? MC Bootleg, yeah. Well, what sound has he got though? He's got the pussyhole sound. So he's falling in love with the pussyhole sound. It was very much about that original speed garage, that original stuff. That was a lot better, but it was the original speed garage, that 99 song and all that. That was tough. That was. There were some tough tracks that was out there. It was like, we don't smoke the reefer. There were a few good tracks. See if we can work out what's going on television about. Oh no, we can't because it's your questions answered and we don't know what questions are. Crazy, she said it. Oh no, fucking really. Don't need to know, do we? Do we need to know? So much coronavirus information now, right now. Maybe we should be watching it.
That's your last contracts, and they were previously job launches.
Just concerned about their money. They don't care about this. They don't care about the actual coronavirus. They just care about their money. Let's let them do that for now. Then we'll deal with the coronavirus later. One day we'll have to deal with it. One day we'll have to face it. One day we can't keep running. The more we run away from it, the more expensive it's going to get. So we're going to have to isolate one day. Mystery every year. Crazy. Let's go back. Not really see my phone. I'm going to get warning. I don't know, where he started Garage off. I mean, was it really them? Like in 2000 and whatever it was, when they started. I mean, was it really them who started it? Do you know what I mean? Who started Garage really? Was it them? I don't think it was. I don't think it was actually what they call it, corrupt. They found. Yeah. Why are they called corrupt? Why do you look at the world as being corrupt? I'm not saying he's corrupt. I mean, you can judge him back in the same measure, you know what I mean? I don't look at the world as being corrupt. I'm not corrupt. I look at East life, you know, it's like a different way of looking at things. But he looks at the world as being corrupt. Well, I don't want to go up no corrupt dead man. I want to get ripped off, pay subs and all that. That's the right point. Well, I see it. Right. Yeah, I missed that one. Well, 5:46. My hours a while ago, wasn't it? What was the time now? 6 o'clock, right. So obvious everyone has to get paid. Everyone has to get paid, basically. And this is the mistake that they're making. They're not. Well, is it a mistake they're making or not? I don't know. Everyone's got to get paid. This is the thing. I mean, but there are some people that don't want to spend, and that's another problem. I mean. Gas got down here, obviously, we took over there for the time being until we get into tier 3. And can't find them. What's he going to do then? Oh, we've got represent here. Who is MC Bootleg? Don't worry about it. You have to watch the previous video, I suppose. See, we changed video to get out of that one. Change video to get out of that one. It's up to him to beat himself up. We don't have to join him beat himself up. We don't have to join him beat himself up. We don't have to. What's the correct name for that music that they play? The correct name is Gay Raj, if I remember correctly. Gay Raj. That was a correct name if I remember rightly. Hudson Cabbage or Gay Raj, wasn't it? I don't know what he used to call it back in the day when it came out. Because you seriously into trying to bathe into your jungle, you're on the dark side, man. MC Bootleg, he was in the last string. That's the way to go and look good, that one. Is that it? We're only got over 40,000. Slow down at 40,000 now. It's going to pick up again. Got to make it to at least 50 or 60. Or how many are we going to lose before we corner it? Right? I mean, before we get the virus, what's it called again? The vaccine. Which they're all waiting for. Climb up in. When you leave mankind to do a job that a king should do, hey, what will you end up with? Will it ever work again? Well, Someone died of COVID. That's what we need to hear, some death. COVID. We need to hear some death. We need to hear some tragedy. And leave everyone locked up. You know, a good spooky story before you can get locked up. A good spooky COVID story before you get locked up. And then you can't get out ever again. Not after you hear the spooky COVID story. That's the new pussyhole sound. Oh no, is it really a pussyhole sound? Or it is. It's a little bit rough, isn't it? A bit rough and ready. Oh no, I've got a good idea. It's not too many. No, quite high. I took on medication last night. What's that? Yeah. Crazy. Got very high for some reason. Section. Police are going to think I'm a real big man, and they're going to come around here again, aren't they? They're going to think I'm a real big man. They're going to come around here again one day, you what? Bastard sailor. Now coronavirus is on again. They've got nothing to do again. I've got to be careful. I've got nothing to do again, so I've got to be careful. I think you should make the police give up their jobs for just 1 day a week they're allowed to do. Just 1 day a week. Who agrees with me? What we could do is cut police time. So we cut the police down to 1 day a week and cut their wages so they only get 1 day a week. And then that will put a spanner in the works and the police won't go to work again. And that's what we need, really, so that we can be free, to have proper freedom. Alright, thank you. That's up my mind. Agrees with me. What we can do is cut police time. So we cut police down to 1 day a week and cut their wages so they only get 1 day a week. And then that will put a spanner in the works and the police won't go to work again. And that's what we need, really, so that we can be free, to have proper freedom. Alright, thank you. That's up my mind. Agrees with me. What we can do is cut police time. So we cut police down to 1 day a week. Agrees with me. What we can do. Agrees with me. What we can do is cut police time. So we cut police down to 1 day a week and cut their wages so they only get 1 day a week. And then that will put a spanner in the works and the police won't go to work again. And that's what we need, really, so that we can be free, to have proper freedom. Right, thank you. That's up my mind. Cut their wages so they only get 1 day a week. And then that will spanner in the works, and the police can't get to work again. And that's what we need, really, so that we can be free. So proper freedom. Right, thank you. That's up my mind. Follow the same rules. Police one day in week, no overtime. We could do a remix. Some of these could be remixed by Paradox or someone.
which of the
I'm George. Hi, Adrian. Yeah, I'm very good, thanks. How are you?
Right from the beginning. Now, your first question was going to be tough questions. You said I did. Your first statement was. Excuse me, no. Listen, your first statement to me. This is going to be tough questions. No, I don't mind that. But when you set up the interview, you didn't say that. You said, oh, let's have another interview. And here's what I do say. You don't ask Joe Biden. I saw your interview with Joe, the interview with Joe Biden. I saw the interview of 60 Minutes. I see Joe Biden giving softball after softball. I've seen all of his interviews. He's never been asked a question that's hard. No, you start with me. Excuse me, Leslie, you started with me. Your first statement was, are you ready for tough questions? Yes, no.
Leslie, one second. This is the first morning. I think we have 5 minutes until we have the microphone accepted. Is that about right?
Well, I think we have enough.
It's the opposite to why I don't shine. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was the rise and shine in the old days. You're right. I had to stop that. I need to do more things in the morning. Right. I just watched that. It's quite funny that. And it's worth a share that. Just put the light on, really. I thought the light was on. Let's have a look. Maybe we finished our wave, didn't we, didn't we? Yeah. Shit. It's time. 7 o'clock. Oh. This song's good. I like it. Alright, thanks, man. Yeah, it's new style. Anyone can make their own music. Anyone can do it. Make their own music. I can teach them how to do it exactly. Maybe their own style completely. Maybe their own style completely. Depending on what they used to listen to and stuff, I suppose. All depends. We are the music makers. Let's just do this one more time. See, man. Yeah, do the live stuff. I do the old school 90s jungle uncle stuff. You should doing live stuff as well. It's far more rewarding. It's far more rewarding. And really is fun to express yourself rhythmically and musically. It's really good fun. Really good fun. To do live, real live music, real live stuff. It's enjoyable. Even worse when you change the sound sometimes. You sing it doing an old school hip hop beat. All you need is like an old school break, really. An old school break, and don't quantize it. Roll it. Roll the beats. That's all you got to do. Just get an old break beat. Any record would do, really. You just roll it and do it about 90 beats per minute, or 100 beats per minute, or 110 beats per minute, and that's it. That's all you can do. You got about between about 90 and 110 that you can do. Anywhere around there. Roll the beats, yeah, exactly. No quantizing. That's it, really. That's how these are done. Exactly the same. Exactly the same way. they're actually processed, they're actually chopped up and timed up and stuff, and they're put in logic, and they're kind of enveloped and all sorts of stuff. So they've had quite a lot of work done to them, really, and EQing and all sorts of stuff. Like the DJ hype tune, roll the beats, yeah, roll the beats, yeah, exactly. And you can change the sounds if you want, and that's what they do for the electro and for the new wave of beats that came around. It was just by changing the sound. And someone had a crack pipe one day and thought, shit, what about if we do this? And the house was born. It was all from the crack pipe, I'm sure. How could you work that out otherwise, unless you want a crack pipe or something? You know what I mean? Let's be on something. Trying to make fan art of you, Johnny. Do whatever you want, bro. You can do it if you want. I don't know what we're going to do with it, but I don't know if it's a way of making money, really. I don't know. It might be more profitable to just try and make music and just stick to that. That's what I decided a while ago. I decided there's no point making videos. There's no point. I can't compete, and there's no point. You know, if you can't compete in the industry, why even bother? I mean, I'm only doing it for the sake of it. So that's why I can't bother to do video. I just do music, and that's what I do, really, just pure music. A very slow draw. Oh, that's right. What's up, Johnny? How goes your day? Yeah, it's very good, man. It's not too bad. It's all right. Being chill between you and find that. I don't know, I ain't heard from him from ages. I don't know. I ain't heard from him. He ain't been on this video, has he? He was on the last one. Watch the last one if you want to see him. No, he hasn't been on this one. I ain't got no. I'm full of mercy, innit? So I got no beef with him. I got no beef with him in the future. Got no beef with him. If he's got beef, then that's up to him, isn't it? He's only going to defeat himself anyway. If he has beef, he's going to defeat himself. Just be more judgmental stuff. Or he's woken up, maybe.
to my shock, I got beaten fairly regularly by the headmaster of my practical from about the age of 10. And what I discovered when I started looking into it with the help of therapists was that this had affected me on a level that I had never even begun to acknowledge. So 4 years or so ago, my family got caught up in a pretty awful crisis. So it's one thing that I'm most grateful. And to my my shock and horror, I wasn't very good at helping. I had this very, I think, toxic male belief. I had this belief that I could find my way out of any corner. I could argue or debate or cajole or kind of harry my way to victory in all circumstances. What's the solution that works, Bob? No. I'm not going to get into the details. Why have you phoned me? Because it's about the negotiation. It's about the solution. What solution works? Well, the whole programme is dedicated to the self-evident truth that you cannot solve this problem while observing the tenets of the Good Friday Agreement and the rules of customs union membership. But you told me there is a solution. What is it? More in desperation than in expectation. I went to see a therapist and I was expecting to either laugh my socks off or get quite cross. Hand on heart, I once sat across a dinner table with a woman who was swearing blind about the health benefits of coffee edibles. And I approached therapy with roughly the same degree of scepticism that I would have approached a coffee edible. And within the first 2 sessions, I realised actually that what I thought was my skin was armour. And I started putting this armour on as a 10-year-old boy, trying to persuade himself that being regularly beaten by a fully grown 6'3" man with a specially designed paddle for beating small boys, I realised it had done quite a lot. I'd spent so many years convincing myself that it had become an intrinsic part of who I was. So my first or second session, the therapist I was incredibly lucky to end up with said, "But if we do decide to work together, then at some point I will ask you to address your 10-year-old self as if you were having a conversation." But hey, I'm here having for a penny and for a pound. And then sort of 2 sessions in, I'm describing not just the formal beatings where you had to queue up outside the study if you were being beaten in company. Quite often towards the end it was just me getting beaten. But the informal ones, the casual violence that this man and some of his employees would inflict upon us was genuinely breathtaking. And I'm describing it, and I start getting quite upset for the first time ever. And the therapist says, "Well, why don't you tell your 10-year-old self how you feel?" And having gone in the space of 1 session from thinking this was the single most ridiculous idea I'm going to start talking to 10, I literally turned to the cushion on the couch and literally started telling him that he didn't have to be frightened anymore and that he was allowed to admit that this really hurt and that bastard had done him untold damage and that breach of trust from an authority figure had coloured my entire life, that mistrust and that, in contrast with getting a clatter from someone that you thought was your mate, where do you go for guidance if the person that is charged in loco parentis, remember, boarding schools, is either a sadist or a sociopath or somewhere in between, or just such an inadequate human being that he started taking out his own pain upon pupils. And so these were the big breakthroughs. So when I'd first done this chat with 10-year-old me, and then I write letters to teachers that and I felt so one with myself just by saying to this lad, "You're all right now. I'm going to look after you. Grown-up is going to look after you. Those people can't hurt you." Now, that was a huge breakthrough for me. But that night, I went to see Robin Hood at the cinema on my own. My family were away. And it was the one that no one watched with Taron Egerton in it, which is, it's a decent film actually, but I can't remember why. Guy Ritchie directed it and it just dropped without a trace. And I was the only person in the cinema, the little art centre in Brentford. It was literally just me. And because I had therapy that day, because I was still quite fresh and feeling all these layers of cynicism that I'd spent years carefully applying to myself, like fake tan, the cynicism, the scepticism, the bullishness. I tore them all off that day in a really incredible moment. And so I just pretended that the 10-year-old, because I loved Robin Hood as a kid. That whole idealism coupled with fighting and the camaraderie and also the girlfriend, it just seemed to me. And I know that as a 10-year-old I would have been, and I did go to the cinema much as a kid for a heap of reasons. And so I just pretended he was there with me. and it was lovely. I'm not going to justify it, I'm not going to defend it, you're welcome to laugh at it, but I just sat there with little me sitting next to me, and it was just absolutely lovely. And that is probably, for me, the thing that if you can't get therapy or you don't need as big an intervention as I needed. That communing with who you used to be is, for me at least, immense. Absolutely immense.
Falling a bit apart at the seams, I think. One watch going. Give me a shot. Right, let me go to the shop. Back in a minute. Just advertising me here. What's this? That's right, got nothing to do with. Call me into faking all you want. All you're doing is proving how racist you are. That's all you're doing. All I've claimed is to be a Rastafarian, a British one, a British Rastafarian. So I don't know where you're coming from, but you're coming from somewhere which is not on my page. So it's just nonsense. You're racist. You're basically just saying I'm a Jamaican. You like saying I'm a Rastafarian, which is a very racist thing to do. Very racist. So what? Anyone can be racist. No matter what colour you are, or what your grandparents are. Anyone can be racist. Or can do a racist thing. Well, you are being racist. You're the one calling me into Jamaican. So drop the judgment, or I'll come back and judge you back. I think it's a narcissist control freak, basically. That's what you are. Why should I say anything? I'm not a fool. I'm a barking mad buffoon. What have I got to say? What have I got to say? What? You want me to be wound up by what you're saying? I'm not an idiot. You want to be an idiot? You want to be vocal? You be a vocal idiot then.
Must be something interesting. Must be about something. Well, you're like a story. Don't keep on legs.
I'm alright. That was a few minutes ago, wasn't it? It's just MC Grinder. He started it. I've tried finishing it a few times, but I think he's finally gone anyway. I think he finally moved on. I don't know. He expects me to join his drama. He expects me to have something to say. I've got nothing to say to his drama. So he doesn't get a reaction, so he moves on. He's just after a reaction. A fool is found in a crowd, like Corrupt FM. The crowd. A fool is found in a crowd. So I guess they're all fools, basically. A wise man is found alone. I don't know what all that's about, but we don't live like that around here, judging people and stuff, and being judgmental and being a bully, and a bit like he's narcissist sort of thing in a way. I think he's a bit narcissistical. I'm not sure on that. Not 100% on that, but seems like he wants to control everything. You're not alone, Johnny. You've got a lot of fans. I know, but I like being alone most of the time. I know why. It's better to be alone. I think I'm going to bed soon, actually. I thought you was going out on a date. What happened to that? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what happened to that. I was starting up, but I don't know what happened to that. You want strong stuff, Johnny? I don't know whether it's strong. It's weed, alright. It's good weed. It's nice. Good ringing coke, yeah. Are you on the pipe? Yeah, I am. Me don't smoke the reefer. Right, Popeye. Boy, me don't smoke the reefer. Right. Alright. I'll end this then. I'm going to go to sleep. Good night. I'm going to chill out now.